Hello, everyone. Hello, chats. Oh my God! Why Stitchwitch? That looks so inappropriate. But at least
it's
what? 40-year-old.
Shame on you. Just Waxfire.
Okay, I'll change it to something
honestly,
less.
I thought that was going to be the vlog Furby or the other monstrosity. You have. Oh no, she's getting it. Oh
You
no!
Oh, there he is. There. It's cute.
Yeah. Let's go.
It's so cute.
Right, I'm really shocked you didn't bring the nightmare children.
Let's go.
It's in the room, but yeah.
Oh God,
I'm just leaving that there.
Hold on a second. I didn't realize my chat assets are off to the side. Let me move them over. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome into the special event / just chatting stream. This has been about 2 months in the works. I'm actually going to be starting with my 1-year anniversary, focusing on the history of cosplay in the last, I would say, 20 years. And when I was dreaming up this panel, everyone in this room said yes. And this is some of my first top picks. They have such a wealth of insane, amazing knowledge that looking back at my own cosplay journey for the last 15 years, I want to start documenting the journey, what it's like in cons. So this is the first series, Cosplay Through the Decades. We got 2 decades under us, if not a little bit more. I'm looking at a couple of Pacific people. But we all do crazy things in the con community that aren't just pure cosplay or booth bathing work. For myself, I've been cosplaying officially. My first job was at Hancock Fabrics, so that tells you how old I am. That was before. That's like that was the Joanne thinks is hurting me because I'm having horrible flashbacks. But I started sewing there. I got my first Shinomi machine there, and I made my friends' Halloween costumes, and then I got into Ball Jointed Dolls, and then I got into cosplay, and I've been here ever since. Now I've transitioned into Artist Alley and working Artist Alley and taking my skills as a cosplayer and making things for other cosplayers while enjoying being at home doing things with you guys. So I have gone through a name change. So I was Acai for a long time. So the color red. So I was Red Princess for a long time. And I decided to go to be a little berry witch. So Acai. So you will hear these people call me Acai because that is what they knew me for like literally the longest time. But yeah, so I'm going to pass it off to Fruitcake.
Hello, my name is Fruitcake. I've been cosplaying since 2005, doing it professionally since 2016. I have done work with Bandai Namco, Capcom, G Fuel. My most recent projects were with Sega Atlas, and I currently host the video game spotlight videos with Bandai Namco. And I'm also a full-time streamer. So yeah, I've been in the cosplay community for a while, and we have a lot of stories to share. So buckle in.
I'm How's it going? I have been going to conventions since 2005. My first cosplay, no, actually, I started cosplaying in 2005. I think like my first full cosplay was like 06. I was closet cosplaying in 05. Since then, I have been a convention staffer and now convention runner. I work at Anime Los Angeles. If you've ever been, thanks for coming out. If you've never been, you should show up. 10 out of 10, highly recommend it. But I've been doing that for a very long time. I've also been cosplaying professionally for a good long while now. The numbers are all very blurred. But I recently was just at Arc World Tour for Guilty Gear Strive. I've worked with Capcom. I've worked with Arc System Works, Anime Expo, Gung Ho Entertainment. I've done a lot of professional cosplaying things for events. And I also do a fair amount of guesting at different conventions. So maybe you've seen me around in California and in the Midwest. I try to go to a lot of events in general, and I'm also currently an indie game developer, making a fighting game called Burning Souls. So if you like playing fighting games, please check that out at some point. And yeah,
Are you gonna let me play it?
you can download it today. You can go play it yourself.
I can?
Yeah.
Okay, that's gonna go on the docket later. All right. Sorry, Stitchwitch. I got excited for a second.
No problem. Hi, I'm Stitchfully Bewitched. I've been in the scene and cosplaying for I think like since 2008, but my con scene was like first in 2006, so it's been at least like 15 years. I have like a background like in theater works and fashion and costuming, so that's probably also the reason why like I got into cosplaying, because I was already in that field. I'm like, oh, when I went to my first con, I was like, oh, cool, there's cosplay. So yeah, and from there on, it just grew, and then eventually I got into like more of the competing scene, entering cosplay contests, and then now my full-time job is mainly cosplay commission. So I do like commissions of all sorts, and yeah, that's basically my full-time right now. And I still travel to cons a lot, mainly just like to enter competition and meet new people, because every con is different, and it's just really nice like being in the scene. Yeah.
All right, we actually just got a good question in chat before I realized I forgot to talk about the questions. So I do have a set of questions because I didn't want anyone to get blindsided that everyone got. But if you do have a question, type it into chat. I'm gonna put it in the document, and at the end we'll do open Q&A. So it's not forgotten. I have copy pasted it. We will answer that question along the way, and if we don't, we will answer it again at the end. All right. Are y'all ready to buckle in for some wild stories? We got some stories here in this house.
Domain expansion, millennial cosplay experience.
Ow! Ow! I felt that in my kokoro.
I don't even watch Jujutsu Kaisen, but I knew it would be effective.
Just nope, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna go there. This is not gonna be a clip. All right. So we're gonna start with some easy ones. And hello chat, hello everyone who's coming in to watch us crazy. This is literally how we were 10, 15 years ago. The same vibe, chaotic energy. So please bear with us. All right, I have icebreaker questions. So we're gonna go around, since everyone I assume who's watching is an anime or gaming or some kind of fandom. I'm gonna start with the easy ones. Got distracted by the omelet. Favorite anime, favorite game, favorite cosplay worn. Rascal! And most comfortable. Thank you guys. Thank you.
What were the questions again? Okay.
What is comfortable in cosplay? I'm just saying, like, what is?
Yeah,
I got a comfy cosplay.
Yeah.
there needs to be like quotation marks around that word, just like most
Okay.
comfortable cosplay.
Hey, I'm sorry Hawk was really comfortable to wear, and he was just.
There's a few. I've got a few comfies. I've got them. They exist.
That's why favorite and comfortable were two different things. Okay.
They are. That is very true.
Two different things. So I'll go first. My all-time favorite anime is actually Slayers. My first cosplay was actually that. It was Luna Inverse. I still remember the Dragon Slave. Megumi Hayashibara and Lisa Ortiz are my favorite voice actors of all time, and they played the same role. I actually just bought her anniversary CD. My favorite game. It's funny that you said Gunho Maguma, because it's Lunar, and I'm going to be playing the day it comes out on my anniversary stream. And I'm making Luna for competition, actually.
Hell yeah.
Anime.
Ooh.
See it then.
Repping that Gunho. Cosplay worn, my favorite. It's probably Luna Inverse. Like, I've made so many versions of her. She's my homegirl. She's my home slice. And most comfortable, and I think I gave this away, was Hawk. My least comfortable was Velvet from Visseria.
I can totally see that.
With my fake titties. So, yep. Okay, I'm done. I did mine.
Are we going how we introed, or?
Up to you guys. You guys can.
guess.
John can.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah, you can go since you're already while you're at it.
Go right ahead.
Favorite anime is Fruits Basket.
Nice.
I also do like Yu Hakusho. They're kind of like equal. Favorite game, I love horror, and the Fatal Frame series is one of my favorites. So it's actually my next tattoo is I'm getting the Crimson Butterflies. So hopefully we'll see. What was it? What was the questions? It was favorite
Cosplay.
Favorite
Favorite
cosplay?
cosplay.
Cosplay
Wait.
born. So most comfortable
Oh, most comfortable and least
Favorite.
comfortable, right?
and least comfortable.
Okay. Favorite cosplay. Ooh, this is also my least comfortable one, but it would have to be
Nice.
Eva Rue from Code Vein.
Not good enough.
Favorite because favorite because that was one of my bigger projects that I did with Bandai, and I got to work closely with the Japanese team, and they actually stopped calling me by my name and kept calling me Eva the whole time, so that was cool. But also it's my least comfortable because stilettos. And then comfortable would have to be my Sheena cosplay from Tales of Symphonia. Yeah.
This is a classic. That's pretty good. Nice.
Okay, next one.
Let's see. So I'm going to apologize in advance because this will probably happen for the entirety of the stream. I am not as simple. Oh, my answer is A, B, C. I'm super nuanced. I apologize a million times. I will ramble forever. So my favorite anime also will double as my favorite video game. The Dot Hack franchise, bar none, can't be beat. Goated. Sword Art Who? Sorry. It's garbage. It's bad. Dot Hack is great. Love Dot Hack to death. It's my favorite anime. It's my favorite game. But I will also add my favorite manga, Yotsuba.
Oh,
Yotsuba's great, wholesome, amazing, slice of life rules. Love that stuff. My favorite cosplay that I've ever worn, probably gonna have to be Leon from Pokemon Sword and Shield. There's a lot of great memories and moments with that costume. There's also something to be said when you look at a character and you're like, oh my god, it's me for real. Because like at the time I would go to the gym in a t-shirt with like short shorts and leggings, and I'm like, how did Pokemon Company steal my closet? Like, how did they do that? So that's easily like my most favorite. Most comfortable, probably my Elekid Gajinka from like way back. It's just a hoodie. Probably the most comfortable thing I've ever worn. And then I would say my least comfortable costume is I cosplayed Agunimon from Digimon Season 4. And that was not great. I literally had to be babysat while I was walking around at Anime Expo because I literally could like stiff leg walk, and like I had my shoes had big talons on them, so like I couldn't curl my feet for stepping, so I had to like flat step everywhere I went, and it was AX, so it was rough.
kidding
It was
everyone.
also the oven. Was it an oven year where it was just like cooking?
It was
Oh,
hot,
the
but
heat.
like it was like a Zentai suit with armor in certain places, so like I wasn't super overheated, but it was still, hey man, camping mat foam armor cosplay, no foot mobility, waddling like a toddler. So rough time.
So my favorite anime, is Cory in the House. I'm just kidding. It's actually I'm a 2000 year old, so I have, but it's a meme. If you know the meme, then it's a meme.
A classic.
But my favorite anime is definitely Card Captor or anything by Clamp. I grew up with that, so it has a special place in my heart. And my favorite game, aside from you two already naming like some of my favorite franchise already, so I'm not gonna steal. But I'm also a big horror fan myself. I love horror games, even though I cry. Like I'm very scared, but I still love playing it. One of them is Haunting Ground, which is yeah. And my if RPG series wise, it's my favorite series is the Atelier series. If you guys know of it, so that's definitely one of my favorite series games. I just haven't been caught up in a while because they've been busting out series like a new franchise every year, and I just couldn't keep up with it anymore. But hopefully, I will eventually have time for it. And see, cosplay. My favorite cosplay, probably DW from Arthur, because I have a whole meme going on with that with my friends that we do that, like we cosplay that at least like every year. It's just like something that we grew up with. For those who don't have cable and that's all you watch. So Arthur was basically also a childhood meme. My least comfortable cosplay, I think I have a lot, but I think I'd probably say one of them would be my Mimikyu Jijinka from Pokemon. Because for that cosplay on the inside, like a Zentai suit, so I could not see, and I also have a mask. So the whole time, my handler had to like basically lead me and walk me around. So and also along with like a giant tail, and basically not being able to touch anything because I have like giant nails coming out of that. But I did squeak a lot because I put like a bunch of squeakers in that shoe, so at least people know when I wear it the whole time. So it's like a cute horror kind of thing. And my preferred cosplay or favorite to wear or something comfortable, probably if you know Squid Game, it's the red light, red light, green light girl. That's that's like a comfortable cosplay I like to wear. And it's also a meme too. I like cosplaying memes basically or something. But yeah.
I love that.
We love a good meme cosplay.
I mean, sometime tonight I need you to go get the long Furby.
I have long Elmo and long Furby, so take your pick.
I'll take the Elmo.
I'll take the Furby because I want to cause nightmares. All right, I got the next question. Hold on.
I want it burned into the ground. I hate Furbies.
Every time I would walk in the con, yeah, Maguma always would see me carrying it.
Every time I see you, I'm just like, why? Why? Why would you bring this monster in here?
Okay, so for people who don't know and understand, Long Elmo became a internet nightmare meme because of that one cosplayer, where she's like over here. This cosplayer somehow diagonally, there we go. Diagonally, there we go. This one.
We'll figure it out.
I saw her working on it on the Book of Face, and then I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then I saw it propagated everywhere, like a horrible internet meme of like worse than what's Five Nights at Freddy like meme and stuff. Like this can spread far and wide, and then you somehow upped it with the Furby. Yeah,
making long things in general, like now, like kind of a hobby. It's just like a curse thing, just make longifying things.
You've got so many nightmares, and I just sit there and giggle like that's my friend.
Evil creature.
I love it. I live for it. I live for the trauma. So speaking of trauma, your first convention story. We're gonna
Oh God.
segue into that one. I'll go
first
first because mine was PMX in 2010. I'm watching the trauma on Maguma's face right now.
2010 was a rough year.
It was a rough year. It wasn't even in the Hilton. It was in like some other weird one right next to the Marriott. And had like different cutouts.
2010, I believe, was in Pasadena.
Yeah, maybe it was Pasadena. I just remember getting tagged along and stuffed in a room of like 10 people and then ending up with bronchitis afterwards because somebody decided to marinate the room in jalapeno from their bowls they wouldn't throw away. And I didn't find out then that I'm severely allergic to smell sometimes, and it'll open up my sinuses and then cause me to have bronchitis.
Yeah. 2010 was Pasadena. I'll pull up the archive.
Yeah, it was probably Pasadena then. I just remember it being far away and I didn't drive at the time. So I had to bum a ride and I'm like, okay, where am I going with these strangers? I'm only 23 years old, 22 years old. I'm an adult. No, I wasn't. I was.
By the letter of the law.
So So that was a great time full of a lot of trauma, and I learned very quickly that if I'm going to hotel, I need to not room stuff. And then poor Stitchwitch, I was too nice and ended up in a stuffed room with me. I think it was only 6 though in our room, but it was still pretty a lot. Yeah, yeah. So, and that because there was emergency people, and then we're too nice, and I'd give it up on that. Right now, I'm sharing a room with one person for
I
Fanime,
think
and
that
I'm
was
like, fuck
weird. I
yes,
thought
I will pay
that was weird.
$500 to share with one person.
The sensation and joy of being like, this room is for me and no one else is so good.
But that was my first convention. It was full of drama. I remember wearing my Kaname Chidori costume from Full Metal Panic and going into the help section to go get my wig untangled. And someone said, "Did someone bring in pizza? I smell jalapeno." And then I realized it was me.
Oh.
That's how much our room reeked because he wouldn't throw away his stupid cup of noodle jalapeno nonsense. And that's why I also had a rule of like, if you're gonna do ramen, you're gonna clean up after yourself and you're gonna toss it the fuck out because my cosplay is not gonna smell like jalapenos.
I mean, you
Sorry.
should toss out food though, not have it ruminate.
Yeah, in room
Yeah.
temperature.
Especially if it's like a
Weebs,
strong
man.
smell.
Weebs don't there ain't no laws when concerning weebs decisions. No.
So yeah, that's my first convention that I went to and roomed at. So how was your guys'?
My first convention is very boring. Mine was not a crazy experience at all. My first anime convention was AX05. I found out about it because at the time I was in Boy Scouts, and one of my buddies from then, his older sister was a big anime fan. I liked anime at the time. And essentially it was just like, hey, my sister and her friends are going to this anime convention called Anime Expo. Would you want to go with? We're going for the day. And I was just like, sure, I guess so. And I had no clue what I was getting myself into. And then I showed up, and there's all the people in costumes, and huge crowds of folks getting to the exhibit hall and all the big booths. And it's just like kid in a candy shop moment. And just, oh, there's so much stuff going on. And like, I just got so enamored by it. And it was a really cool just experience to be like, oh, here's this thing that's just like, hey, do you like this? What if we just shoved all of it in your face? And that was a really cool moment. But like my favorite part of that weekend was like way back in the day, like you get your goodie bag, you get your badge, you get free stuff. And like at that time, a lot of the industry were much more able, I'll say, to be like, hey man, come on by. Here's like a sample manga and a DVD and a thing. And it was like, cool. Well, the first 3 booths in this building have given me a ton of free crap, and I'm 15 years old. 14 years old at the time, and you're giving me free stuff. Oh, snap. Everything's free. Sick. So I just assumed that everybody would just give me free things all the time. So I walked up to like a regular vendor, and I was looking at their stuff, just kind of like, I don't know what's here. And then I just asked, like, do you have any free things? And the guy like looked at me kind of like sad, was like, no. And in response, I was all like, oh, okay. And he felt bad for me. And he's like, here, hold on. And he gave me an OST CD for Phantom Brave. And I listened. I still have that CD. It's in my car. But I listened to that CD until the goddamn brakes fell off on that thing. But it was a really, really sweet gesture, which I was appreciative then. And over the years, I continued to just find more value in that moment. And also, like, that kickstarted my love of NIS games. So, like, Phantom Brave, Disgaea, Witch in the 100 Night. Shoutouts, Witch in the 100 Night. Make more. Yeah, that was my very first anime con. Also, like, way back, Bandai, before they got bought out by Namco and combined to their Giga conglomerate, they had like a big booth where it was just like, here is a 30 by 30 carpet and a big jumbotron, watch anime and sit on carpet. And that was their whole booth. And that booth has lived in my head rent free since that day. Like, nothing beats it. I don't care what your booth does. If I can't sit down at your booth and just chill in the middle of the hustle and bustle, your booth is garbage. I don't care. So that was my very first anime convention.
You said boring? That's not boring. What are you?
Yeah.
My
first convention was
boring.
I went to an anime con. I got free stuff, and a dude gave me a CD.
I think that needs to be a ribbon. Do you have any free stuff? Like,
my first con was kind of similar, where nothing too crazy happened. It was the first time I ever got to experience like cosplay and everything. So it was mostly just me just walking around with my friends and just like eyeing at everyone's costumes and just being like, I want to do this. And I guess I will say the second time I went to that same con, this was Anime Las Vegas. So Anime Vegas. The second time I went, my friends and I at the time, we did Kingdom Hearts together. So I dressed up as Kairi from Kingdom Hearts 2. And the one thing I remember the most from that con was there was a family and there were two girls, and the girl loved my Kairi cosplay so much that her and her mom bought me a Kairi figurine. And they gave it to me, and I actually still have it. It's on my shelf over here, my Kingdom Hearts shelf there. So yeah, that's probably the one thing I remember the most from that con. The friends that I had at the time, I'm not friends with anymore, and there was like this whole thing. So like for me, I'm just like, okay, I forgot about that. But the one thing I remember is like that moment with that little girl. So yeah.
For my convention stories, also like I don't remember anything wild, but it's like those moments. Like my first convention ever was FanMe, because it's my hometowns where I live, and at the time, it was basically just like across the street. Basically, that's how close it was, and because I was still young and underage, my mom's like, no, like you can't just like stay overnight. And I would always be jealous. Oh, but their parents let them get a room, like hotel there to stay. But yeah, and I wasn't able to stay. But so I was only able to go for like maybe a day or two, and I would go with my friends, which are also not friends with anymore.
Cosplay drama.
But yeah, I just remember going and being super jelly of like, oh, like I would love the full con experience. I want to go there. I want to stay at cons. They were also like cosplaying. I think like one of the few cosplay I ever seen was like Haruhi Suzumiya. That was like one of the few cosplays I seen there, along with like Naruto. So that was like what opened me up. And then at the time, I was still very big into the Gaia community. So I remember there was just like this whole Gaia, like a Gaia booth there every year, and I was like, oh, and so I went there, and I would. No, I was still young, so I, was like, yeah, I want to be friends with anyone. Maybe it wasn't like a great idea to be friends with everyone. Ask me like, hey, what's your info? Like, yeah, let's chat. Do you want to RP? And I don't know. These people are probably like 20 plus at the time. Well, I'm like 14. I'm like, yeah, let's RP. Yeah, and I think we did. And I think I think it happened after that was embarrassing, because I'm thinking now like, man, I just RP like with random strangers online.
We were so willing back
then.
But
yeah. That's how that was.
Sorry, my headset decided to get a little funky. That's the Wild West.
It's cringy now, actually thinking about it still, because I can remember those moments now. So thank you for.
Now it's pristine forever and will live on the YouTubes. Thank you for being
yeah, now I'm thinking back, I'm like, oh.
Thank you for reminding me of Gaia. I used to RP on Gaia all the time too.
Yeah.
I remember AX05 had a Gaia booth. I remember spinning a wheel for a prize.
So, yes, you just went through that whole realization that where we have done the Wild West of the internet now makes us feel paranoid because we know what's out there. Children who are watching this, please don't, because you're not 18 plus and this is an 18 plus year old stream. But if somehow you find this video, do not be us. Do not learn from
Don't
our
do what we did.
mistakes. Okay.
Right,
So
move on.
that being
Not for real,
All
not
right.
for real. I'm just joking.
Oh gosh, it cut out at that moment. Maguma, I
Okay,
don't know
good.
what you said. It
Great.
terrifies me.
I was like, good. Actually, better. Leave it that way. Good.
I'm gonna have to
Makes it
rewatch
much
it
more
because my
entertaining.
headset decided to cut out because my Bluetooth sucks.
I
Way
was
more
such a
entertaining. Nothing bad,
chewie
but
back
that's what
then.
it's
I'm just like cringing of it, the thought of it.
Anyways, I mean, I've done some cringy stuff online as a youngin, so we're not gonna go there. Fan fiction. That being said, we're moving on to the best convention you've been to, con and year, and your reasons behind it. For me, oof, I'm gonna take a second to think on this one. Someone else go first. I have a lot.
will go first.
I have a
will
lot, and I
go
gotta figure out if I can actually tell these stories or not.
I have so many, but I will throw this on the table because I feel like it's going to be a very interesting answer. MagFest 2025 this past January.
Oh.
Okay.
Very
Like, are we in 2025? Like, did you in the future? And I'm like, okay, we're in 2025.
MagFest has become one of my favorite conventions. I will also admit I have implicit bias. I also love Anime Los Angeles. I'm not biased at all. Nothing. But MagFest is one of those conventions that came into my life in a way that I needed a real refresh of convention culture, because like we've all been doing this for like well over a decade, almost 2 decades, and there was a time around like 2015 where I was like, man, there are a lot of cons popping up out of nowhere. There's no substance. There's no fucking sauce. Everything is cookie cutter and it's garbage and I hate it and everyone's wasting their money. And I started going to MagFest in 2017. I went to like Katsu like in 2015 out of like a desperate, I had like a personal relationship thing go awry in my life. And I was just like, I just need to do something. Went to that. It was abysmal. I didn't enjoy it at all. Had a bad time. And then my friends were like, you should go to MagFest. And it was a completely different change of scenery. Loved it ever since. This year's MagFest, yeah, same hotel, yeah, which is amazing. Totally different crowd, same hotel. But this year's MagFest was just absolutely amazing because, like, I have a lot of friends who come from not just out of state, but out of country to go to MagFest. So it's a really fun con family reunion where I just get to see people that I haven't seen in a long time. We're all a little older, so there's this level of enjoyment that we get to have at that age. It's also the first convention that I have gone to in so long where the earliest I went to bed was 3 a.m. And I'm 34, so like
You're not in the old folks' home at 10 o'clock like me?
No, I don't play Final Fantasy 14 either. So shots fired. But I was up super late almost every night, hanging with friends, having those like chill in the lobby, super deep conversations. But the other thing too that I love about MagFest is that like it really is a celebration of culture and community, because MagFest's whole deal is it is the music and gaming festival. And easily the best things about MagFest are, one, they have a 24-hour arcade all weekend long. You just go. You can go in and they have current generation games, old school classics, American cabs, Japanese cabs. Like they got the F-Zero like sit in the pod and it moves racing game. Like they bring that out. But they'll also bring out like the latest like rhythm games and stuff. They do an indie game zone, so like indie developers are showcasing there, and it's not even just like, here's my cute little booth and I have a computer, but like some people are doing these crazy far out projects. Like there was a game that's been there the past few years called Dodecimation, and it's basically a giant dodecahedron made out of one-way mirror glass that has LEDs running along all the seams of the die, and you look into it and it just becomes this infinite Doctor Strange portal of LED lights, and it's just a game of like turf war, all inside of a giant one-way mirror D12. Shit's crazy. But then the other big cap on this event is that music is such a huge thing for it. There's all these different performers who come out, but MagFest as an event throughout the venue, they have all these little spaces that are dedicated for jam zones. So bands can either book certain spots, or if one is vacant, you can just squat up and play music. And it's amazing. It's beautiful. There's all these different people bringing all these different types of instruments, culture, and sound. And it's so fun to just be at a con, hang out with your friends, enjoy cool events, and also get to enjoy like video game music that you've grown up on and love. My favorite moment in general from years past was like there was a mariachi band that was playing Gangplank Galleon from Donkey Kong Country, and like absolute banger. But this year's MagFest was just super amazing. Lotus Juice was there, Persona fame. Everybody loves Lotus Juice. Super cool guy. Got to see a concert for him, so I get to put that on my weeb checklist. Saw our Lotus Juice perform live. Did a bunch of fighting game tournaments. That was super fun. Hanging out with my friends in general, super, super great. And getting to have those awesome convention heart-to-hearts with the people you've been in the trenches with for 10, 15, 20 years. So MagFest 2025, best convention experience I've had. But there's a lot of other high contenders, but I could be here all night, so.
Oh, wants to go next. Oh, I guess I'll go next.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I'm
So
not
what's
I promise.
So I guess it's cool that you said Fanime, because that's actually one of my favorite cons to go to is Fanime. I would say it was Fanime. Oh God, if I remember the year, probably my husband's in chat, so he'll probably know what year it was. 2012, I think, for Fanime. I'm not quite sure, or it could have been 2010. That was the year where a lot of, well, my family came, and a lot of my childhood friends actually came with us to that con. And we had stuffed everybody in one room, and it was wild. It was crazy. I don't know how we did it. And we drove 9 hours from Vegas all the way to San Jose. And it was the best time ever. It was just my childhood friends, my sisters, my husband, his friends. Like, we all just went to Fanime together. And that year we did a meme cosplay, which was Castle Crashers, because that was the game that we were super into at the time. So I was the ice Castle Crasher, because that was my favorite one. And we had our friends do the ugly princesses, and then we had the other Castle Crashers and everything. And we just had such a good time. That was like that was probably the last con that we all went to together, and it was just a great time. And it was funny too, because the people who do Castle Crashers, I forget their name. I think it's
Yeah,
Behemoth.
Behemoth Games.
I think it's the name. Yeah. They actually liked our cosplay and like shared it and everything, and everyone was like freaking out about it. And yeah, it was super fun. So yeah, Fanime, some year, I don't know which year.
Let's see, for me, I don't want to keep like using Fami, but the Fami will always be like my favorite con because it's a home con.
Good
But I
con?
think my home, but for me, I think my favorite one, I'm trying to remember the year, was AOLA 2022. It was when the con started coming back after the whole pandemic thing, and I think it was the first con back for me. And at the time, like, it just felt overwhelming because it's been like 2 years since we've been to cons. It was also at the time LA moved to a new venue, so I think it was just that, seeing friends again overall, like trying to get used to like, hey, how did we do this before? Because because of that, like, new rules, a lot of new changes, so it's not the same as it used to be. And I wasn't able to see like most of my friends there because some of them weren't able to go, but it was just really nice being back there. And I probably just one of the best con for me, because it's just, I don't know, it's just that feeling of, hey, like this is what it feels like to be out again. And I'm seeing my friends cosplaying, and just seeing also the changes and the evolution of like basically AOLA. I really love like that new venue they change. I just felt like it's one of the best new location now, because it's much bigger and it's just more variety, and No, I just really love that year. So I think it's just more like a memorable stuff like for that. Why is my favorite one?
I'm sorry, I can never be okay with Long Beach.
Oh no!
I'm gonna be this guy real quick. Nah, you go to ALA in Long Beach, that'll fix it. It will clear skin clear, crops watered. Promise, bet money.
It's going to fix the trauma of AX 2007
By leaps and
fix that
bounds.
trauma.
As a dude who has to work there, yes. It's. I will say this really fast.
I can't hear a word you're saying. My headset.
Oh no!
No, I can't hear anything. I can't hear that trash talking.
The trauma's too much.
I can't hear shit. I know he's trash talking. Right, all the other sound working, but not this.
Damn. Yeah.
It
Can you hear me
decided
now?
to disconnect. Hold on, guys. Technical difficulties.
Oh.
My headset decided to go to my speaker for whatever freaking reason. Hold on. Come on.
Nice.
Oh, there you go. You're back in my ears. Whatever trash talk said, it's not
back in your ears. Okay. So, here's what I was gonna say. There is something to be said for any convention, regardless of where it is so important on how you utilize the space you're in. And AX in Long Beach was not a well-utilized location, and that's the problem. And like,
it's true.
When ALA moved to Long Beach, that was like the number one fear that everyone had online, because everyone was like, Long Beach is where cons go to die. And it's like, no, that's not true. It's not how it works. Some people just don't know what a floor plan looks like, and they don't know how to set up space. There are a couple cons that I know that did die in Long Beach, but also I looked at it and I was like, well, no, duh, you guys shot yourselves in the foot. That's why this con died. So that's my 2 cents.
Came back as a horrible zombie, so there's that.
Go to ALA in Long Beach. That's my cure all. I'm calling that.
All right.
Bias
I'll let you know when I'm heading that way. That's probably so. This anime is going to be my one con that I'm gonna allow for fun, and then it's going to be ALA's next. All right. So my turn. I'm gonna pick Fanime because this is where I met 2 of the 3 people in this room. Maguma was actually ALA and PMX, and our circles overlapped a lot. But and then one of my besties, Pon, who worked Maid Cafe. I remember going to, so it was Fanime, I think 2012 is when Madoka came out. Was it 2012 or was it 2011?
Late 2011?
It was spring because it was just airing, and the episode with Mommy like ruined everybody.
Yeah, I would say the latter half of the year, I feel. Because I remember having like early conversations in early 2012 about like the ending of Madoka. So
yeah. So I made Sayaka because I knew like, oh, this is gonna be my tragic trope. And I'm a Gen Urobuchi fan, like do or die. Like I was into Phantom when Phantom was like just a little like weird indie anime based off his H game when he was Nitro Plus. And I loved it. I was watching things not appropriate, but it's okay. And when my friend told me he was making a Magical Girl series, I was like, oh, this is gonna be fucked up shit. No one's gonna know what's gonna come out of left field, and they're gonna be so sidelined, and I'm just gonna be like, because this was his first, I think, breakout director role. So it happened, and then I was Sayaka, and then my friend Pompon was Madoka, and I was like, she helped me find an apple so we could have a prop, and then I met Stitchwitch, I think relatively shortly after, because you guys were hanging out. And then I think the next year is when I met Fruitcake through Sojourns. But yeah, I just have, despite the drama, like the cosplay drama that happens at Fanime, because there's a lot, because there's a lot of things that happen after dark. Everyone sad giggles. I think that made me more social let me make more friends outside of school at the time. And I think back into it and I'm like, that's when I made the longest and deepest friendships I've had. And these guys, I have been friends with them for now 15 years ish, give or take, couple depending on when we met. But that's wild to me. And we think about how cosplay drama comes and people come and go out of our lives, but then you look around at your friends who you've made along the way too, and you get to celebrate their wins and their victories and their accomplishments. And I'm like, damn, we're cool. But yeah, that's why Fanime is my favorite because it started everything.
It's a good one.
That's a good one. Yeah.
It took me a while to formulate that answer because I'm tearing up now. Like,
Oh no! Oh, the tears. The tears.
all right.
Oh.
We're about 9 minutes to ads. Oh, I'm tearing up now. I need more beverages. My tea is now broken, and we're in the tea house with the bakery here. So
you can drink your tears. Oh, you're good.
Yeah, salty cosplay tears. I'm gonna Fruitcake, if you're okay with it, let's run the ads now to take our break, and everyone can move around. We're only on question 5.
Ooh.
Out of 15.
We're schmoovin'.
Love it.
Gotta get those numbers up.
So okay. Do you have
You drink water.
I'm making sure I'm not missing any questions. If chat has a question, feel free to drop it. We will add it to the Q&A session at the very end. I have 2 already saved and pinned. But yes, I'm going to hit the add button now, and we're going to go take our movement and refill break because hydration's important.
Gotta hydrate before you dehydrate.
All right, I'm going to bump us into the break window on my side. All right, okay, we are unmuted, and I need to make sure that the sound gets picked up because I'm paranoid, and I don't want these to not happen and have no sound. Okay, so
I do have a long
it's being
rubber
recorded.
chicken.
We're back. A dinosaur story.
Stitch was just like, bet. We were talking about Long Elmo again, and how I just want to traumatize you guys. Okay, serious time, serious face. Thanks for tuning into the break. We are back. Next, we'll have another break in about an hour. To which that will be our refill. My tea will probably be empty, and in the tea house, we gotta have plenty of tea. All right. Oh my god!
Not long Elmo, but it's a long rubber chicken.
Oh my goodness.
That is the other thing Stitch has gotten famous for is her
I guess we
boning
got
chickens.
props. We gonna start busting out props on this stream? Is that what we're doing now?
Yeah. To be fair, my dog, by the way, loved that thing as soon as you got it, and he would hear it on your videos and would flip out. So Odin would have because he killed his long chickens, and they stopped making the good one that lasts forever.
If you press it down enough, it can squeak for like a good 30-40 seconds, but then it gets very demonic after, so I wouldn't want to you all with that.
Demonic after.
The problem is Odin makes it sound like it's humping, so he's slapping it on the ground. He's like,
No, thank you.
My cats are terrified of the sound, so luckily, so I can't use it on them.
Okay, as we get back with the trauma of thank you. Stitch. I needed that because we're going to go into some dark stories. We are going into the darkness.
Dark. Oh, we're doing dark.
All right. The worst anime con you've been to, con and year, can be the same convention we just said it was the best con, different year. I'm gonna go because I'm still traumatized by it, and it's not the jalapeno con because that PMX was lit otherwise, and it was like such a really fun, warm-hearted experience. It's actually the X Games at Anime Expo. That,
oh my god. I remember that.
That was, I think, my okay, so my friend worked green room for a long time at Anime Expo. And I didn't actually go because I was stuck outside of the Long Beach Convention Center before we could even get in. And literally we badge checked. And then my other high school friend broke up with her boyfriend. So we had to turn, as soon as we spent 9 hours getting a sunburn in our yukatas to turn around and go do friendship work. And I never went back. So I don't count that convention as actually going because I never actually made it into the con. I got my badge finally, and I never actually set foot into the convention. So when I say I have trauma about Long Beach Convention Center, it's mostly stemmed from that. But this was my first Anime Expo after that. And she swore up and down it's changed. It's no longer a nightmare. It was Anime Expo. No, I think it was the second year. So the first year she promised it changed. The second year was Anime Expo X Games. And all of the bros who didn't understand nerds, who was there for the stupid Hot Wheel car in the Marriott elevator. Stitchwitch is laughing because she knows what I'm talking about. And the girlfriends who are trying to get the bros not to fight with the cosplayers, and the cosplay bros trying not to fight with the bros, and just the level of weird harassment, and then having to walk in 90-degree, 80-degree summer heat around the stupid Hot Wheels monstrosity made the convention not fun. And my worst. But
It was a year. That was a year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I don't care. AX, it was a bad idea. However, the LA Convention Center allowed it to even exist with the city. Should not have happened. Still the worst year. Still traumatized. And they were sharing hotels, so they were like intermingled with each other because AX didn't actually get all the hotels. Anyways.
It will only get worse.
But yes, that is my story. That is my worst anime con. Not as worse as some of the others, I'm sure, but I've kept my circle kind of small for that reason. All right, who's next?
I think my worst one was also an anime expo. But it was the first anime expo that I went to, which I think was, oh God, I think it was, I don't remember what AX this was, but it might have been 2008, maybe? I'm not quite sure. The years are lost on me. But that one was when I said that I had like friends that I wasn't friends anymore. I went to my first AX with those friends. It was not fun. There was a lot of drama going on with our friends group, and then on top of that, that was the first time I ever got glommed, and it was the first time I ever got paddled. And both obviously weren't consent. I obviously did not ask for those. It was also the year after I had my back surgery, so someone glommed me after I had just gotten through scoliosis surgery. That was not fun. That was not fun. I was cosplaying Guy Cecil from Tales of Abyss. And if you guys know that character, he's like afraid of girls. Yeah. And so all the girls were like, let's glom the Guy Cecil cosplayer. So yeah, that happened. That was terrible. And so the whole time I was having back pain. And then on top of that, my friends were terrible to me and to each other. And so, yeah, it was a fun year. Fun year.
So for my chat, I've had to do extensive education about the paddle, the yaoi paddle, because I've brought it up. I did traumatize poor Maguma on my Instagram because he saw the yaoi chicken leg, and then my sticker.
Absolutely shame on you. Sorry.
Never forget. You never forget where you come from.
Just because you make the war crime look cute does not make it acceptable.
I love to traumatize people. What can I say? But yes. So for those who don't know, there's a great document on YouTube who documented the rise and the fall of the yaoi paddle. I highly recommend watching it because it's some interesting con facts and lore. I was waiting for the story to eventually, from our traumas, to come up. It is, so before I let Stitchwitch talk, I wanted just to get this disclaimer. It is highly illegal at most cons. Do not bring one. Do not think about bringing one. Do not go on the internet and find a used one. It is highly banned in all cons for the reason is cosplay is not consent. And we come from the age, my old back, of cosplay not consent being not created yet. I think it was the people in this room actually helped create it. Maguma, I know you were one of them. You're one that, like, ALA was one of the ones first to roll it out. So I remember the signs being first to roll out.
Cosplay is not consent was 1000% a Tumblr trend that circulated so aggressively that everyone in the community colloquially agreed that was a good idea.
Yep. And it started appearing at cons, though, and that was because of really awesome staffers. And I mostly saw those at California cons until they finally Tumblered their way out into the other ethers. But it is a huge thing. I am so grateful that people have stepped up because, man, the stuff we've seen before that initiative was brought out was something. And then this is both working as events, as a model, and as an attendee. Because Fruitcake story is not alone. I know someone who got her arm broken from a galump, getting tumbled off stage during an AX event. You know exactly what I'm talking about. So yeah, it was a time. And she Princess Cosplay, it broke. Oh no, the giant handcuffs. Yeah. So what we talk about is definitely a do not do. This is horror. Please don't do this and don't be cute about it because us old people will step up and probably kick your butt. Period. Anyways. So Twitch, what was your worst con?
I guess we're just on the AX train because it's not like the overall con was like bad. Maybe like certain parts of it, aside from the whole extreme, thing that you mentioned. I don't even remember. All I remember was like, is there like a theme park going on? Because I just saw like weird loop-de-loops around. That's all I remember. But I think the year, was 2014 2015. I don't remember, but it was the year I've ever met Maguma. I forgot. It was that year that you judged at AX or something.
Oh, that was 2018.
No, it was no, it shouldn't be.
No, that's way too soon. Sorry.
Yeah.
My nose back.
I think it was much older. Yeah, it
was
kind of,
yes.
Yeah, it was a really weird time. Also, like but aside from like Friends drama and stuff like that, it was just like a really weird year because we were like doing the masquerade and it was
that
like
one?
drama between them because we were but I just remember having a danger dog. Now if you go cons long enough, you know the danger dog. It's a hit or a miss. It's either could be the greatest bite of your night and then you play roulette with it, like, okay, what's the outcome of it? And unfortunately I picked the wrong one to do before the night of the masquerade. So I think because I ate, I had the danger dog during late night when maybe that's when, like they're already kind of like sitting out for a long time. So not the greatest. So I just remember doing rehearsal like night before our performance, I was hurling until the day of the performance, like even up till like before like we performance for the masquerade, like I was still like queasy, like I just feel it in my stomach and I was just taking Tums one after another. But yeah, it was not great and I never want to touch an LA danger dog ever again unless I see them like freshly come out, like, oh, they just pulled up, okay, I know they're fresh out. I'm not eating. I no longer trust anything that's like been sitting out for a long time, especially when like in like there's just so many people walking by and it's just like they attract dust, like everything just gets cross contaminated. I think that was like one of my worst fear for never trusting anything outside of like LA.
It's funny that you brought that up because I was gonna say my husband loves those.
I love
but he
those
has
too.
his stomach. I swear, his stomach acid is actually like it will dissolve anything, so he never gets sick. But he's in chat right now. You said danger dog is a treasure.
It is.
Can you come up with a cure? Can we use some of that acid? Like, can we turn that to like extract that? Like a balsam for that.
I have a danger dog story before I share my worst con pick because you brought it up. I have to share it. It's my favorite. So, I was a guest at Fanime 2022. And I was staying at the Hilton with my partner, my brother, and sister-in-law. And that year, for anybody who's been to Fanime pre 2015, 2016, there used to be like a little island and an inlet road where like you could drive up and drop off people. Since then, they changed that. They took that out. It's now just a little inlet for people to pull up. But when like pandemic and quarantine closed and they were letting people go back to events, the remodel of that convention center allowed like cars and other things. And what they did is they're just like, hey, carte blanche, do you have a cart? Do you want to sell shit on this sidewalk? Go ahead. So like from the Hilton, or not even from the Hilton, from like the expansion of the convention center on the west side of the property all the way to the Marriott on that strip of sidewalk, shoulder to shoulder, hot dog carts, food carts, elote, bootleg toys, whatever, right? It's just all food and people hawking shit. And it's like, okay, cool, whatever. So it's maybe day 2 or day 3. And I get up in the morning and I'm like, all right, early morning, I'm going to go outside, do a little yoga, go do a walk. My brother's like, hey, let's do a Starbucks round. Let's go get some coffee. I was like, sounds good. So we leave the hotel. We start walking. And as we're walking, it is like 7 in the morning. There is not a soul in sight. All the little weebs are tucked in their beds from partying too hard. There's nobody outside. It is a ghost town. But all of those cars and all of their carts are still out there. And the very first cart in the row has a pyramid of danger dogs that are just sitting there with no one in sight. The most dangerous dogs. And I took a photo of it and I tweeted it immediately. And I was just like, big text emojis, just like, warning, do not eat any of the danger dogs from the far left cart. These are the most dangerous dogs. Do not eat them. They have clearly been here
all night. Oh my god.
Must have
They're
been
even
there
a little
all night.
pyramid of danger. It's like a little like activated.
Yeah.
I wish it was little.
A warning sign.
I'm talking like literally like the size of my head. That's how high it was stacked up. That's how many dogs were there. It was so much. It was so many hot dogs.
I'm
They were
vomiting
just
in my
sitting
mouth
there
right
the
now.
whole night. And I was like, "What are you here? Don't do it. If I could put up a sign, I would, but don't."
Fruitcake, your partner is courting death.
He's, I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
He's my human trash can. Anything that needs to be eaten, he will eat it.
Oh, Ebola yourself if you want, but no.
I think
No
it makes him stronger. I don't know.
No,
Whatever.
Level
Hurt
up.
me more, Snake. Hurt me more, I guess. But yes, so I had to share that because you brought up Dage Dogs. That is not my worst con experience, but it's really funny. I fucking love that story. But I'm gonna play a very small little game. I want you to pick a number, 1 or 2.
2.
Number 1. All right, we're talking about Pacific Media Expo. Oh boy.
Oh.
I also want to ask this question. I mean, because we're talking about throwing up and other things. If I talk about an extreme level of bodily fluids, is that a problem?
Chat, do you feel comfy? Do we need a warning here? Is this where I place the warning for later on YouTube?
I mean, I can customize and curtail this story for everyone's safety, but I also just want to know what my limits are.
I'm gonna drop a warning on the YouTube version of this.
Sounds good.
Fruitcake, how do you feel?
Oh, we're good.
Okay, I don't know your community, so
We're good.
right. Contrary just a little bit because I do get queasy with bodily fluids or limbs.
I will pick my words carefully, but the build up to this story will be strong. I am a storyteller. I am a weaver of life. It was, I want to say it was PMX 2011. It was like 2009 or 2011, but it was at the LAX Hilton. And yeah, fuck it, we ball.
Oh, is this the Cusey incident? Oh God.
Some friends of mine and I were up late. It's like Saturday night. Some people have been drinking. It's time to party. Some of my friends were like, hey, we haven't eaten dinner. We're already drinking. Let's go get food in our systems so that we don't like destroy ourselves later. And it's like, okay, sounds good. Round up some homies. Let's go. And so we're trying to find some friends, and we go up to the second floor, and at the LAX Hilton, there's like the lobby has 2 stories to it. There's a balcony that looks down on the main lobby, but then there's also like function space behind the main wall of the upstairs where there's like a little lounge. So we go up there and we run into a friend of ours, and we're just like, hey bro, how's it going? And he's like babysitting some kids who are like kids as in like young adults who have clearly been drinking and are like destroyed, and they just need to be babysat. So like, hey man, we're gonna go to Denny's next door to go eat because some people want to drink and want to have food in their system. He's like, okay, sounds good. I'm watching these guys. Cool. We are gonna go upstairs to our rooms and grab some stuff. And he goes, ooh, you don't want to know what made those bones in that room. And we're like, huh? What are you saying to us? And he's like, I'm just saying, you don't want to know what those bones are about. I'm like, okay, you're being weird. Screw you. We're going upstairs. So we go upstairs, and my friend and I are on the same floor, but my room is close to the elevator. So we stop by my room first. I change out of cosplay. I get my stuff on. Then we go down the hall to his room, which is at the very end. He's got one of those rooms where it's like in the little cubby that has like the corner. So we're going down the hall, and as we're going down the hall, there is a smell that is now permeating in the hallway. And it's getting worse the further down the hall we go. And it doesn't stop until we get to the end of the hall. And it's at the worst it could possibly be.
I think I remember
and it's like,
this.
Oh no. Oh, this can't be. Like, you know when you watch JoJo and there's the aura with the coming out of something, coming out of the door? That's what this door was. This door was violence. This door was evil. And it's just like, okay, all right, well, we got to go in there. Your stuff is in there. Your wallet's in there. We got to do it. So, key card in the door, and we crack the door open, and it hits us, and it's terrible, and we shut the door because it was so bad, and we're just like, okay, steal your nerves. Okay, 1, 2, 3, key in the door, open it, and there is a lot. There are multiple people in this room who are down and out and destroyed, and it is everywhere and gross from all capacities. And it is a war zone. It is a biohazard. It's disgusting. There are people passed out in the bed, passed out in the closet, passed out in the bathroom, in the toilet, in the tub. Destroyed. Literal war zone. Get our stuff, leave. We're horrified. And we get downstairs, and our buddy looks at us, and he sees it on our face, and he's like, I told you didn't want to know about these bones, dude. I told you. And it's just like, yeah, that was pretty bad. And then we later found out that he had gone. He told us, he's like, yeah, I went up there, and I saw it, and it was really bad. So I went and got my stuff, and I'm moving to a different room. And I opened the closet, and there was still somebody awake and conscious, but he looked like he was about to burst. So I was like, hey, brother, you better not throw up on my stuff. And he looked at my friend, and then apparently he looked down at his stuff, and then he turned around and just blat all over somebody else's cosplay.
Oh God, I remember this. I know exactly who this is too.
And then the next morning, my buddy Desmond, who used to go by his handle's nickname in the community is X. The next morning, all throughout the LAX Hilton, there were black and white shitty photos of DMX with the phrase "X gonna give it to you" plastered all over the first floor of the hotel, because he was like, "Who was it? Who threw a ball over my cosplay?" And he was storming that building for like hours trying to find the culprit. Nobody knew who it was. But yeah.
So as you
That's
tell
great.
the story, I'm having a vivid flashback of that the room, because I was there and I remember hearing through the grapevine. Oh my God.
Yeah, that was the official title of that event was Ground Zero. That's what we got. That was Ground Zero at PMX.
Thank you for unlocking that core memory. I had a great PMX. We avoided that floor.
Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome. This is you. I'm telling you, if you let me take off the limiters, I've got a million of these. This is
some jump scare closet scene.
That is easily one of the worst con experiences I've had, and that wasn't even my room. I just had to know it happened. I bore witness to a crime.
Yeah. Because I remember that. Oh God. Yeah. Oof.
I'm glad you picked that. Thank you. The other option was AM squared.
Oh God.
And that's all I have to say. It was AM squared.
That's all you have to say. All right. Did I hit everybody? Did everyone do their bad story? I think Maguma was last.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
I wanted to be last. I knew that was good.
That's what I thought. That was good. I was like AM squared, and then we all just like gloss over. We're ignoring that one on purpose.
It's funny because I don't know any of this stuff because I'm usually like in bed way before everyone else. I'm a grandma, and my boss and all my coworkers say I'm a grandma, so I never get to see like the after stuff. But I've been to a couple, but they were pretty tame. But I've never been to the crazy ones, and I'm actually kind of glad because I get queasy when people like hurl like that.
Yeah.
I gotta really, really like you in order to help you through whatever you're going through when you're doing that. I will hold your hair, but only if I really, really like you.
What a champ.
But yeah, that is a core memory. Thank you. I remember that that PMS was great for me. It had other like downer reasons, but like that the room.
There's so many. There's so many PMX stories. Like
so many. All right, we're gonna switch gears though. As we gone through the actual horror and the tea in the tea house. Well, they're touching cuisine anyway after for more. Yes. Okay. So we're gonna go on the time machines. Since all of us have remember our fond memories before 2010. Maguma brought a good point of like cons losing their magic. They became oversaturated. And 2010 was kind of that peak moment where everything was like really uplifting as we got off of like the recession, and people, we had money because we were working part-time jobs to hustle our cosplay addictions. What were they like for you, like way back in the way machine, for you when you first attend? So for me, I didn't actually go to 2007X. I never made it through the door, and it was a horrible experience. I remember seeing cons and passing, but it wasn't until 2010 was my first convention that I was like, oh, this is actually kind of cool. And I like these people. And like, I'm a little shy and awkward. So I got to warm up to it. My first event was actually Small Wonders. And that's how I met Aoi, Venti, and my friend Sanji doing the cosplay contest at Small Wonders during Halloween. I don't know if anyone remembers that. That's some ancient times. But yeah, I just remember the community being a lot different, but it was so hard to source anything. Like, and I remember going with Shun to the Sakurami Blossom pictures in Pasadena, not Pasadena, in the valley up there, somewhere up there north.
Lake Balboa.
Yeah, and I was doing Lux and she was doing Kira. And it was so hard to figure out how to make Lux's stupid little hair clip because there was no resources whatsoever. And it was such a struggle to figure out how to make anything because everything felt really open, but also gate kept at the same time. And there was no YouTube, just was barely a 3-part episode of your favorite anime bootlegged on there. Man. So that was my like pre-2010 experience with cosplay and like everything.
Pre-2010 was really interesting because like I think about pre-2010 and like I think because I started going to cons in 2005, I started cosplaying in 2006, and I feel that pre-2010 a lot of conventions that I experienced were very community and fandom based, and I think at that time the thing that was very healthy was the idea of like, hey, you go to a con, you're going to be in costume. Because of the amount of content that's out there, everybody kind of can keep up. Like there's still this massive well, but it's not like it is today. It's an exponential growth thing. But everybody's kind of familiar with everything, and it was really easy, I think, for people to just kind of be like, hey, I want to socialize with that person. You know, I think that the fandom of conventions was its strongest. And it was really easy for you to network in that way because you have cosplay gatherings are such a huge part of why you go to cons. Everybody wants to cosplay the new hot thing that's there. And because there aren't a million things popping off, it makes it kind of easy to get that focus. The industry hadn't exploded because it hadn't become super mainstream yet. So like you didn't have to worry about, I don't want to say you didn't have to worry, but like you go to a con and it's not, here's Bandai and here's friggin' Genzo Entertainment. Here's all these people in your face trying to hawk you on a thing and sell a thing. You know, it is a celebration of the fandom, celebration of the culture. And like, I think there were so many cons that was the bit and you didn't have to think about it at all. And I think that was probably the beauty of 2010 prior is that you got to enjoy a community, and even in an online space, that's what everybody was about. Everyone was in that community mindset and community zone. And like you had forums, you had all that stuff. Shout outs to cosplay.com. OG. Bless up. You're still alive somehow, but bless up. Yeah, I think that was
where they bought their Hollywood style wigs, so you could try and get the right shade of blue, but you only had 3 shades of blue to pick from.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, no, I think that was the big part of it. Just that was life.
I think there was definitely pre-2010. I feel like there was a lot of like a personality when it came to cons. There was kind of a personality, an identity, a community behind all of that. I think for me, it's been a little bit different. I've quite enjoyed the progression of cons. I think for me, it was because I already had like, oh, lost someone.
Oh, I think Onion's connection is jittering, but she popped back on. So we'll just, we'll keep an eye on it. Keep going.
Okay. So I guess for me, it's a bit different just because I've kind of, I wouldn't say I'm like a lone wolf, but I've had my core friends and the people I've made through the cosplay community. I've met, you know, obviously you, Acai, and many other cosplay friends. But for me, I've always been like, I love cosplay. It's always been an outlet for me to just express myself. When I was younger, I was very quiet, very shy. I still kept to myself even when I was younger. And so cosplay has always been a kind of expression for me, both as an outlet creatively, and also just to like help me kind of branch out. And now that I've reached into the whole industry as and used cosplay as like a career and done other stuff with it, like a lot of the opportunities that I've had was because of cosplay. For me, I just really like how, one, I feel like they're safer for sure, and that's always been my top priority. I think as a female cosplayer, it's always been about safety for us, whether we enjoy a con or not, you know. um, and then on top of that, as a professional now, seeing how companies treated cosplayers before and how there's so many stories of people not getting paid, people getting underpaid, all this stuff, companies not wanting to work with cosplayers because they had no idea what we even did or what we could bring in terms of just marketing and all that stuff. I've just really liked how it's grown both just in terms of safety and as part of like the profession. And also, I feel like, yeah, it's gotten more expensive. I feel like cons have just been getting more and more expensive. And for me, I've never gone to a con to do like, I usually don't really go to panels or anything like that. I just go because I want to see my friends and do awesome stuff, like dress up and all that stuff. But it's just a lot easier too to get to do cosplay stuff. Like a lot of, I've met so many people who just got into cosplay, and I see their costumes, their first costume, and I'm like, wow. Like I wish that was my first costume. I didn't know how to sew, so I made my first costume with that hem tape, and that thing fell apart, and it was terrible. And so seeing where it is now and how it's so much easier to find tutorials, and I feel like a lot of people are more willing to share their tips and tricks because now we have cosplayers who do that for a living. They make patterns for people to follow. They make 3D printing stuff for people. Like, I don't know. I think that's where I see it. I do miss the kind of camaraderie and like the community that came with the older con. But now that in my late 30s, I'm like, I already got the friends I need, the people I want around me, the good people that I surround myself with. So everyone else I meet is like a bonus, but I'm just here to just focus on my craft and just enjoy the cons as much as I can before I can't no more. So yeah.
Sorry, my internet was being poopy, but yeah, I wanted to say like cons like back then, like before 2010, it was. I felt like maybe like it's tighter, and because it's niche, we all have something in common. So I feel like comparing it to now, it's like sometimes when I go, it's a little overwhelming because there's just so much going on now. But compared back then, it was just hey, you go in and like oh, everyone's here, same thing. We're all here for the same thing, cosplay fandom, and I think like I don't know if you guys. I'm pretty sure y'all know New Type, but that's how I also got like my introduced me to my
New
anime.
Type.
Yeah, New Type magazine. Rip. Now that they stopped distributing in the U.S., but yeah, that was also me. And then also watching anime, like in 3 parts on YouTube in the library because at the time I didn't have internet at home, so I would go there. I'm like, all right, I have a time limit of 2 hours. Let's see how much I can cram in. So I would watch a whole series, part 1, part 2, part 3.
What if you
Subtitles
missed that
brought
part
to you-
2 and you just have to skip it because YouTube took it down?
I was so
Subtitles
lucky.
brought
I
to
was
you
so
by
lucky it never did. I was so lucky.
Subtitles
But
brought to you by XX_Dark Angel 37.
Shush, shush, we don't talk about the
that's
dark
my
side. We
AIM.
don't talk about the dark side.
My AIM username. But yeah, and also like when it comes to like cosplay, I think that was what was fun about it was that just figuring out like resources for yourself. Like even now, like with all like it's just so available. But I know like a lot of like newbies who come and ask me because they would get overwhelmed, like like oh there's so much option, like who should they go? So yeah, I think like back then figuring it out was just like the joy of it, and then just even if it doesn't like like for me like it was Walmart fabrics. That was like my first dress. I never even heard of Joann's or Hancock. That I was like a poor like
Forgot
student, so I
Walmart
couldn't afford
sells
any of
fabric.
those
I worked
fabrics.
there
I
and
was
got
like,
a
oh,
discount.
yep. It was like $2.99 cotton fabric, that I just hot glue everything, or just tried my best to sew, because at the time I don't think I even had a sewing machine, and buying cosplay online at the time was also like very pricey.
Or gamble.
So yeah,
Mhm.
figuring out. So it's just really nice seeing like how the community grow. But at the same time, it's like what Fruit said, like I'm happy with like, like the group I have now. I go to hang out with friends. If I make new friends along the way, that's great. Just, it's just more to it. And I also feel that way. Like I'm just too old and tired to be as active as I used to be. Like, the whole let's do 3 cosplay in one day. Let's go to
Oh
I
yeah.
don't know how we did it back
Never
then, but
again.
even
Nope.
now I would just now for me, like putting on the cosplay, like okay, I'm done. I feel like I'm good. I don't even want to go out anymore. Like putting on cosplay itself, like it's already tiring for me. So that's how it's amazing just seeing how long ago that was. It didn't feel that long ago to me. Like if you talk about it now, like it felt like only a few years ago. Honestly, like it didn't feel that long ago.
Yeah, and it's one of those
So
things where
definitely,
like you go to cons now and there's just the whole audience is younger. And I'm not gonna lie, I sometimes forget. I'm like, oh my God, like someone will come to the booth and I'll be like, hey, what's up? Your costume looks awesome. And then I'll find out later they were like 20 years old. And I'm like, why am I talking to a 20-year-old? Like, I need to check myself. But it's a whole different audience, whole different scene from what we were used to before. And it has its ups and downs and stuff, but at the same time, like I'm just glad that we're not considered weird anymore, like bullied for liking video games or anime. Like I remember having to deal with that stuff when I was younger, and that's why I was so like secluded. I didn't want to branch out and know people because I didn't want them to know that I dress up. And like even at the time, my parents weren't about it either. I had to hide my cosplays from my parents. And so it was just a crazy time. But yeah, it was our time, but it's not our time no more.
Now we just get bullied on TikTok for being in our 30s while going to cons.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, that hit the cooker up.
This is
pretty
the
high.
Zoomers game, old man.
So you guys did kind of answer the next question, is how are cons now? So as we transition from that early innocence, right? Venti, I think, said the best way. Like there was a sense of innocence, figuring out. I remember buying an airy Japanese wig for like $90 because it was the only place I could get the Sayaka blue for that 2011 cosplay, and I saved up for it. I worked so hard, and then I got it, and it was like the best. I love that wig. I love that wig. But as we get through, like there's Doki Doki Cosplay that is basically a in between for some of like the best makers in China in terms of like cosplays, and um they do the official licensed cosplays, I think, too. There is so many things on Etsy, like me building Luna right now and constructing. I I actually messaged Merida on Etsy, and I'm like, we run in the same circles, but we never met. But like, which of your patterns do you recommend to make Luna? And she, literally the nicest human being on this planet, broke it down, looked at the costume, agreed with my like breakdown, like this pattern's probably the best pattern, this is how you'll mod it. And I'm like, thank you. She knows I'm going to go compete at Fanime. And there's that sense of innocence that I think we still have, where we want to help people. We knew the struggles back then, and now I'm like, yeah, do you need a patch? Like, I'll whip it up, and I have a digitizer, and I apparently found out Inkscape now can digitize for free, so it makes my $2,000 program kind of useless. But
Technology.
yeah, my digitizer's expensive, Maguma. That's how I did all yours. But it's I also love teaching, and if anyone wants to get to embroidery, if anyone wants to get into what I've mastered, I'm more than open to teach them, because it's not like back in the day it felt like competition for either the likes on the Instagrams at the time and Facebook pages was back in our day. We didn't even have the TikToks or Snapchats. And I remember talking to this one person, and they did this really amazing clean coat armor, and I was like, "Oh, how'd you do that?" And they were like, "I don't want to tell my secrets." I'm like, "Dude,
Fine then, keep your secret.
keep your secret. I'm gonna wear it myself." And it was that interaction that made me go, you know what? There's no point in gatekeeping. It's not competition. It's not I love watching on the reels and stuff. People like, oh, what if someone shows up in the same cosplay as you? And it's celebrated, right? And you look at each other's craftsmanship, and it's more of a celebration. It gets a little dicey when you're in comps, and we'll have those questions later. But I am so ecstatic to see that culture shift. It's not a lot because people still get catty, as Maguma and I were chatting a little bit before. But I remember hearing those comments when I was first getting into cosplay. I'm like, but that's not cool. Like, yeah, if you're in a group cosplay and you're doing a group thing and you're taking group photos, doubles does get a little awkward. But if you're just meeting someone in the hallway and you both were wearing the same character, it's a moment to be celebrated versus antagonistic. And I think I like how cons are going now. Speaking of old and not wanting to cosplay, I've tabled at 3 cons now, and I've managed to wear a cosplay for 1 hour. And I'm like, nope, scalp. I'm gonna be in my troll costume and sell my art. So that's where I'm at. Being old and going to bed by 10 p.m. in the hotel room by myself because I can afford a hotel room by myself.
HGTV and pass out.
Yep, I have my murder shows. But that's kind of my sense of it is I'm seeing all the youngins come by, and I was at a con that's mostly college kids and high school kids, and seeing their ecstaticness, seeing them be friends with each other, seeing the kindness between them, just warms my little heart. So,
and we kind of we pioneered that, and I feel like we still pioneer stuff. For example, one of the latest projects I did, I worked on Shin Megami Tensei 5 for Sega Atlas, and one of the big discussions, because there were 4 of us, and 4 cosplayers, and actually one of the 4 cosplayers I actually recommended, and it was her first job ever, and that's the thing too, like a lot of people don't realize that it is who you know. Unfortunately, like it is who you know, and the relationships that you've made along the way, like those people will probably recommend you. This was somebody I met when I used to live in Colorado, and they asked me, oh, do I know a cosplayer that could do this and this and this? And I was like, I know who to recommend, and so it was her first job ever, and we made sure that everyone was on the same page. We made a Discord, we had everyone in our phones and everything. And one of the biggest talks was, okay, how much do we want to get paid? Because this was Sega Atlas's first time working with cosplayers, and we wanted to make sure that we made a bar where they understood how much they should be paying cosplayers.
Yes.
And so that was the discussion that we had, us 4 cosplayers. That was one of the discussions. And we broke it down and everything, all of our costumes. And we're like, and then we sent it in. And our boss was like, yeah, this is the quote that they want. And Sega Atlas was like, okay, yeah, we can do that. And we're like, we were so happy when we got that approved, because we were so scared, because I've heard so many stories of like companies not paying cosplayers, treating them badly, just taking advantage of new cosplayers, especially new cosplayers, because no one shares how much they should get paid, like no one says that, because for some reason money is taboo to talk about when you're getting paid as a cosplayer. And I understand there are some people, there are contracts and you can't say certain things and stuff like that, but I always thought knowledge is power, and the more you can share your knowledge, the better the community is going to be overall. And so yeah, I feel like us being, the veteran cosplayers, we did pioneer a lot of stuff, and I'm really happy with how it's going because I know there was a lot of work that was put into it.
The career coach in me is so proud of you right now. You telling that story. I'm like, look at you doing negotiations.
I wanted to dovetail off of that, just because like we're talking really on the professional side of things. Because like I just got off of doing an event with Arc System Works a couple weeks ago, and I was having conversations with some of the other people that I worked with who I'm really good friends with, and we've done a lot of jobs together. And it is that, right, is having this discussion with industry being like, hey, there's all this that you need to value. And sometimes companies don't get it. Some companies don't fully see it, and you have to really break it down and explain some of those things. Like I did a job last year where I basically worked 4 hours a day for 2 days, and I got paid $2K for that gig. And then I was offered a gig by a different company for a similar type event 2 weeks later that weekend, where I would have been paid $450 for 3 times the work. And I was just like, sorry, I have a conflict of interest at this event. Can't do that. And there was a real one. There was a very real conflict of interest that was not just the dollar, but it was a case of just like everything else. But even still, it's like, hey. And then the year later, different people for that event came back, reached out to me directly, and were like, hey, what's up? And I was able to sit there and be like, hey, man, this is how I got paid for this other event, and here's what I worked, et cetera, so on and so forth. So I'm letting you know. I'm willing to concede budgets and things because I want to work here and I want to start the conversation. I want to kick the door open so that this creates opportunities for more people. But this is what you need to understand the benchmark is, and I'm willing to concede that we have to ease our way there, but know that this is what you should be targeting, and this is where it needs to come from. So but I would like to go last on this whole topic because I have a lot of opinions.
We do have about 10 minutes, and I just saw that Fruitcake. I can talk still. Fruitcake just got a raid.
Yeah. The Momo raid, what's up, girl?
Oh my God, love Zelda. Hi, Zelda.
We're gonna take a quick pause here for Fruitcake to do the raidy thingies. Hi, friends. And we'll kick back in with Maguma and Stitchwitch for their HowerCons now. Part of this question. I want to wait to do ads for a minute so you can do your rating thingy. So hello rating, hello, and do that Twitch maintenance. So we'll take a break in a official break in a few minutes. I'll just leave us on cam so Freaky can do her things.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Oh.
Yeah, I have
Go see what my cats are doing because I haven't heard them and I don't trust that.
That's
Yeah. I'll wait till Fruitcake pops back in and I'll move us to the break window. So we're still on mic. So hello chat. Hello.
I'm back. Sorry.
Oh my
No,
goodness.
you're good. You're good. I was like,
that's not the mute button.
I was like, she's doing her own thing. She doesn't want her faces here.
No, you're good. You're good. I was like, whoops, wrong button. How do I do this again?
Yeah, no, I have a lot of opinions on this next question. I feel like we also kind of like missed the HowerCons in the 2010s versus how we are now. So
you guys just steamrolled. It was just a whole blackout.
I'm bringing it back because
I think I just kind of combine them, so I could basically combine them both. Yeah.
I'm just apologizing in advance. I have a lot of opinions about the 2010s to now. So
okay,
that's why I want to go last.
That's perfectly fine. By the way, we're still on cam, so everyone can hear you. So
it's fine. They're warned. Now they know.
Now they know.
I'm about to get in my rocking chair and I'm going to wave my stick.
Is it a yaoi paddle, Makuma? You wave your yaoi
paddle?
No,
not even. Absolutely not.
In the rocking chair with it, just going.
No. Fun fact. I've been hit by a yaoi paddle. It was at a PMX, no less. And I immediately took it it was a drive-by hit. Someone ran by and hit me with it. I took it out of their hands, snapped it over my thigh, and threw it from the second floor balcony.
You're a hero. You don't wear capes, but you're a hero.
I wear a cape every once in a while when I cosplay Leon.
It's true. It's true.
Bye.
Welcome back. Okay, so we're gonna cue the ad break now.
Cool.
All right, you ready for kicks? Is
Oh,
your
yeah.
bakery ready?
Yeah, I think we're Gucci.
You're Gucci. I gotta go pee. So
Oh, yeah.
I've
Same,
been
girl.
holding it. So,
Party
hello,
day.
Raiders. Hello, welcome in. My name is Acai or Kai. You can call me either one. These guys know me as Acai, so you'll hear Fruitcake always call me Acai, which is perfectly fine. I go both ways. Stay tuned. We have about 10 more questions before we do open Q&A. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the craziness of our horror stories and our victories. All right, running ad break. Have us into break.
Time to go use the bathroom.
Let's
you're
go
wrong.
use the bathroom.
Okay, let me mute. I gotta mute everyone. I gotta go ad break.
ready for opinions.
Opinions. Welcome back from ads, everyone. Thank you guys for watching and staying tuned. I do have Freya here. Oh God, she is so heavy now. I'm giving you guys the update on the Pinky girl. Oh, this liquid cat.
I'm upset.
Oh my god.
I want it dead.
Why is that Furby so long?
Why not?
That's a good question. Why is it so long?
That's giving me nightmares because I used to have a Furby. So.
I still do. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh. My sister had that same one. I had the pink one.
Cursed creatures.
This
Yeah, they're
face
pretty
is from
cursed.
the original Furby I took out to implant on the longer.
I see some Furby surgery, I see.
I did. And then I found out that you can get them organically vegan, which is just 3D printed. I call them vegan Furby, so you don't have to dissect an actual Furby like I did. So now you can find them on Etsy.
Honestly, I kind of want one for my Mount Plushmore, to be honest.
Yeah, it's great. You can customize it now. No need to actually, torture a real Furby. You can find them veganly. That's what they called it. That's what the show called it, vegan Furby play.
Gotta make sure we're humane here, you know?
Yeah, totally humane. Gotta get the Furby. Oh God, I can't even say that.
I inhumanely hate Furbies.
So just so everyone knows, I did ask Stitchwitch at some point to make Furby appear. And that
I like that it's hanging upside down. That's so creepy.
The devil is back there.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. So Maguma has some opinions. So we're gonna
before I get on my tirade, Stitchwitch, if you would like to go before me, by all means, please do. Because I'll be at it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna get in there and I'm gonna get lost in the sauce. I promise you. So if you have opinions, share them now.
Nah, I think Spotlight's yours. I think we're ready for
All right.
Cool.
We're doing this.
Just said bring it.
Okay, so the 2010s in the con scene were very interesting because that was right around the time when anime and a lot of Eastern media started, not dominating, but started being acknowledged as a part of the pop culture. That's a lot more when we started seeing Toonami really taking off from this late night show thing to being more in the front form, and like Toonami starting much earlier in the evenings, all the way into the afternoon. We were getting it was like the birth of Crunchyroll as like a legitimate platform and no longer a pirating site. And we're seeing Funimation Network popping up, so the accessibility into anime got much bigger, and that's when we started seeing more people coming into that space from outside of the niche, and that affected the anime scene in its own way because there are a lot more people just getting involved. But the way it affected the con scene is that now there were a lot of events, especially the big ones like Anime Expo, that were trying to target the larger audience. So you're getting a lot more people who are getting involved, and I think sometimes people want to forget that this was a big problem with cosplay, but it's a beauty contest. Everybody's competing with each other, even when they're having fun. It's in there. There are little pockets, there are little nuggets. But because we started getting into that space where things were becoming more mainstream, that problem began to grow. And with the rise of social media as well, apart in that coinciding, Twitter, Tumblr, etc., there are a lot of people bringing that mentality to a higher level. So like the competition and fight for likes and followers and all that started becoming important, and people stopped putting emphasis on the culture of cosplaying and more about the profit. And that had a huge impact. And I, for one, at that time, fucking hated it. Vehemently so. Drove me nuts. Hated it with a fiery passion. And like over time, I definitely found the nuance in what I didn't like about it. But at that time, it was, I will admit this fully with my whole chest. I was like, man, all these people with the damn Patreons and the sexy cosplays and the bikinis and the lingerie, I hate this. Get out of my fandom. I was very angry, but that was me a decade ago. experiencing that, and like over time, my view of that changed a lot, and I also realized that like, hey, this is a market that's not for me, so there's no reason for me to be mad. This is not something invading my space. This is something taking place next to me that is making me uncomfortable, and I don't know how to engage it yet. And like over time, I changed, but in that time period, I was very frustrated because it was like, I love this thing because it's something I put my time and my effort into, and now that is being taken away from the spotlight by very fast turnaround, quick craft. Oh, is this thing announced? Gotta make it the day of. Gotta crank it out as soon as it's known. Quality be damned. And like, that wasn't my ethos, so I was very frustrated by it. But it didn't mean that it wasn't valid. Didn't mean that it wasn't the new thing, the new topic. And like, that's the lesson to be learned, is that what is important, what matters, what succeeds changes and ebbs and it flows. And like, I think a lot of people in the community in general, not just myself, we're not there yet. And that understanding of social platforms and the online and that trend that has always existed, but now it's starting to affect our community. And then when you look at conventions in the 2010s, that same problem happened. And I, in my current job, I've been working for Anime Los Angeles since 2008, but around 2011, 2012 is when I started moving up the staffing ladder, and I moved into a division head level. So I'm sitting very high in the hierarchy of the event, and I'm getting to go to a lot of events to promote the show. So my experience of conventions was very high. I was going to lots of different events. In 2015, I went to 12 conventions explicitly to promote Anime Los Angeles alone. Not for my own enjoyment. just to go and tell people that we have a convention. Because that was also the year that we moved. Like 2015 was the last year at the Marriott, and then 2016 was the first year in Ontario. So we put a big emphasis on letting people know that we were moving. So we did a very aggressive promotional tour. And I went to a lot of fucking cons in SoCal in my backyard. And that experience really showed me that there were a lot of people trying to be like, hey, conventions are the new hotness. I got to run a con. I have to start a convention. I want to be the new hotness. That attitude across the board, whether you're cosplaying, convention running, content creating, I want to be the new hotness. It's a success thing. It's going to be me now. And I went to a lot of conventions trying to do that and failing miserably. And the thing that was very frustrating was in 2015, again, 12 plus cons. I went to like 5 cons in 1 month. And the thing I noticed, and my big takeaway from them, was that everything was very cookie cutter. There was no identity. It had its own name or whatever. It was in its own venue. That's fine. But the substance of what those events were was non-existent. Dealer's hall, an artist alley, a game room, some cosplay guests, some voice actors. But there's nothing that made those cons unique. And at the time, I made like a Google Doc that was like 4 or 5 pages. That was just like, here's my opinions about all these cons popping up out of nowhere and why I hate it all, rah, 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 rabble, rabble. And then I had a list of 4 conventions that I was like, barring a cataclysmic circumstance, these conventions will never die, no matter what happens. And that was Anime Expo, Fanime, Anime Los Angeles, and PMX. And some of these did not age well. But at that time,
you got 3 of the 4, like 3 of the 4.
But I had reasons, right? Yeah. Anime Expo is an unkillable juggernaut. It is a corpse that will not stop moving. It will continue forever. And Los Angeles will not let it die. That's the big part.
It's its moneymaker. It's their SDCC. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
So, and like Anime Expo, truly as an event, because of what it's gotten to, you can't beat it. It's always going to be around. It's always going to draw big things that you don't want to miss, begrudgingly so. So there's that, right? Fanime, even at that time, was like one of the last standing larger 24/7 conventions. The by fans, for fans moniker. Stage 0, there were so many different things that Fanime did as a show that were unique to itself that you don't get anywhere else. And it was like, this is one of those cons that has a great community spirit to it in its identity that you don't get elsewhere. And that's a big one. Like, people talk about AX as the big industry show. Fanime was the big fandom show. That was the con you go to hang out and be a community at a large scale. Anime Los Angeles, you got ribbons. You got photos of the cosplayers on the walls. You've got lots of these cool interactive events. You've, at the time, the LAX Marriott, kick-ass hotel, great venue, awesome place to socialize. Like, that's a convention that was started by science fiction community people who understood fandom and brought that to the forefront. And, like, you had, again, a unique experience that you don't get anywhere else. And then PMX, rest in peace, was not just an anime con. It's specific media. So you're talking movies, music, TV, fashion, Lolita fashion. You had so many different extra things that weren't just anime. And, like, not a lot of other cons would be comfortable or capable of kind of diverting your attention away from these different things and succeed. And, like, it's unfortunate because PMX eventually did kind of lose its steam, but, like, for a long time, despite its size and whatever, it was still a very unique experience that you got to have. So for years, I was like, these are the 4 cons that can't be beat because they literally have something to offer you, and you can't run from it. And I think that the struggle of all of these conventions that were popping up trying to be like, I'm going to be the next AX, a legitimate quote I have heard multiple times from con runners. And now their cons are dead. But, like, I'm going to be the next AX. I'm going to be the next SDCC. Me, I. And every time I hear that, I always am like, good luck to you. I will see you on the side of the road in a few years. Good luck, brother. But that was something that I think was very frustrating, is an oversaturation of the market with no substance. Everything is all flash, no sauce. And it was a bummer. And not only is that the struggle, but conventions as a whole are expensive. They cost money to do. Cosplay as a hobby is expensive. Going to a convention for a weekend is expensive. Staying in a hotel room, buying a badge, choosing to shop, feeding yourself, especially if you're traveling. And, like, I'm going to all these cons in my own backyard, and there's one every weekend, and I'm seeing all my friends, and they're like, I wanted to be here because everyone's going to be here, but, like, I have to, like, buy snacks at Vaughn's because it's all I can eat. And it's like, if you can't afford to feed yourself during this event, you shouldn't be going. But that FOMO of wanting to go, because we started going to cons in this very fun environment, and we created this idea in our heads of what this experience is, and we latched onto it. We didn't want to let it go, but it changed. And, like, it's okay, but we have to change and adapt with it. And nobody was doing that. So, like, the mid to late 2010s were, I think, a very hard struggle for a while, because there were so many people trying to get into the con game because it become mainstream, and it was, I don't want to say poisoning the well, but just that oversaturated. Too many cooks in the kitchen. It spoils the soup. And, like, that was a huge struggle. And then we hit the pandemic, and we hit quarantine. A lot of that stuff shut down, and everybody moved online. And we saw this second renaissance of everybody getting in, not only to anime and video game and pop culture, but I said it the day lockdown hit, that the rubber band of convention going is going to snap so hard, because everyone's going to be cooked in. Everyone's going to be stuck inside. And as soon as those restrictions are dropped, we're going to see this massive influx of people. Like, I remember when we were discussing ALA coming back in 2022, and having this discussion with friends, staff members, board members, etc. I'm just like, do you think this will work? Do you think we're going to be good? Like, and I knew in my heart without fail, like, absolutely. Everyone is stuck online. They're consuming so much content, and they don't have an outlet. It doesn't exist. They're trying their best with, you got Discord servers, you got Twitter and whatever, but it's not enough. There needs to be the physical interaction that everyone's craving. And as soon as those restrictions drop, bam, everyone's going to be back. It'll take a second. Some events will struggle because the restrictions will have those limitations. But, like, I'm confident Metropolis zones, any event that's happening out there will succeed. No question. And we're now back to this regulation point of how events are running. And I think you also want to talk about the reason why people are going, how it's very cyclical. Because I know we've all mentioned that, like we've seen more people kind of be like, "Hey, I'm back in wanting to learn and sharing." And I think the advent of content creation and wanting to be a content creator versus I'm famous, I'm social media famous, I have 20,000 followers or whatever, that gave way to I want to create things and put stuff out there, which then naturally led to a place of people going, well, what if I want to teach? What if I want to share knowledge? Because the 2010s were the hard, like the hoarding of knowledge. And now we're back in a place where people want to share that. And because information is so easy to share, the ability to learn is so high. And also people, I think, are now more comfortable because content creation has created a parasocial relationship where people want to interact and want to engage with the people that are willing to share. And I think that's super, super cool. And going to events now where we get to have, trying to find the right way to say it, but going to events now where we have all of these different things emerging at once is creating like a re-renaissance of what convention culture is like. And it's awesome. And it's super cool. And it's great meeting younger fans and seeing people who are getting in where I started. Like I was working this Arxis event a couple weeks ago, and I met a guy that I had met the year prior who was like, "Oh, hey, it's Maguma. Oh, it's so cool to see you, dude." And he was showing me like things that he'd been working on and new cosplays that he'd been planning. And then for the first time, and I've only met this guy once before, I found out that he's like in high school. And it's just like, oh, my heart. Sweet summer child. I've adopted you. You're my son. You don't know that, but in my heart, you're my kid, and I'm going to watch out for you. And I will fight for your right to party. But I think it's a very interesting, like, curve, a very interesting downward bell curve of like pre-2010, the 10s, and then now. And I think we're in a really great place for conventions overall, and most places are kind of finally catching up to respecting the culture for what it is now that it's mainstream versus when it bloomed and everyone realized it was a thing to be capitalized on and capitalized on it the way we expected to, which was viciously and evilly. So, yeah, that is my rant. Thank you for listening. I hope
Coming to the TED Talk.
Yeah, thank you for coming to my convention TED Talk.
I like that you touched on like the pandemic stuff because I was living in Korea at the time during pandemic. So I never got to see how that affected cons and stuff like that. And then the only con I went to during that was in Korea, and that was a whole different kind of culture thing. But I would see online like some of the stuff that was going on back home, like conventions and all that stuff. But I never got to really see like that side or people's perspective of what was going on. So that's interesting that you touched on that.
Yeah, it was a really interesting time. And like I think the other thing that was cool is like a lot of people adapted really, really well because like some people were doing online conventions. Yeah, like Crunchyroll Expo did online, Fanime did a virtual thing, AX did virtual. There were a number of people who found a way to adapt, and it was a really cool way to do it. Like I thought that was a great way to keep things alive, and like people had the outlet, people had a way to communicate. Like thank God we have the internet, thank God we had Discord and online communication options, and the random boom that is Zoom, thank God existed. But yeah, it was a really cool way to kind of get something close without like, oh, I can get a taste of what I love despite not getting the full experience. And then that rubber band hit because everyone got a taste. They didn't forget. So as soon as it was a lockdown over, bam, right back out there.
So it's funny that you say that, Maguma, because I just want to say how much the ALA ribbon game has impacted across the country. So I have a table at Anime Idaho.
Yeah.
And so with the artists, so I got into the Utah artist group. So I'm like, oh, look, I can have artist friends that aren't cosplay friends. And they want to make a ribbon game for the artists to get ribbons.
Oh yeah.
And I know the ones who know the stories of ALA, and they're like, oh yeah, it's like it's easy to get, it's easy cheap, it's a great ribbon game. And I'm like, this is the long lasting impact ALA has that I wish will never go away. It has echoed so hard through the convention culture of the United States that even at least all far out as in Utah and Idaho, it is looked at as one of the best crowning achievements that ALA has done for community building.
Same in Virginia too. Same in Virginia.
I
The
was
con
gonna
that I
say.
went to had a ribbon thing too, and I was like, I know where that's from.
So, fun little history lesson. ALA is not responsible for ribbons. That is not an ALA thing.
It's a fan run thing that's in the dredges, but the games itself from the fans
Sure.
is
So
a thing.
ribbons originally came from sci-fi cons. That was the origin. Sci-fi conventions use them, and it's very similar to the way ALA likes to use them, right? So like I've got my badge here from 2023. I got a bunch of ribbons, but like the way that it was originally used was you'd have like, hey, are you a panelist? Here's a ribbon. Are you a vendor? Here's like a ribbon. So and like a lot of events do that. That's what those badge ribbons are for. They're just little bonus tags if you want to add a little extra customization to identify things. But ALA was founded by the Los Angeles Science Fiction Society. So like it was very natural for them to take a staple of their convention running and put it into ALA. And then on top of that, they're like, hey, did you do a thing? Did you win a game show? Are you a participant? You win a panel? Here's a fun little joke. Here's like a cool, cute thing. And anime kids just thought that was fun. And then the founder and chair at the time, which was Chaz Baden, he was very willing to share the knowledge of ribbons with anybody. So like he had a website that he would host where you could be like, here's places where you can buy badge ribbons. He has a very famous phrase, which is, give me $23 and a bad idea, and I'll put it on a ribbon. And that's his slogan, is $23 and a bad idea, I'll slap it on a ribbon for you. And that's what you could do for a long time, is he would do giant ribbon orders, and then you pick them up at the con from him, and you'd have your ribbons for ALA. And now my brother and sister-in-law are the ribbon barons of the world. They have crashed the ribbon economy so hard, and it is now where you see it everywhere else, where everyone's like, ribbon games and ribbon culture. They've really exacerbated it for anime conventions, but science fiction and like that's the progenitor. That's where it started. But there is definitely acknowledgement that ALA has had a huge impact on the way that people see ribbons at cons, especially in the anime scene, and that we are definitely the front runners of what ribbon culture can be, and we try very hard to stay there. We acknowledge that we didn't create this, we didn't bring the game to the table, but we're definitely going to stay on top of it. So,
all right, Stitchwitch, did you do yours? Cons now?
I think I combined it with with the first one, like 7 and 8. So I gave my input for it. Yeah.
That is the end of the hot brew, guys. We have brewed all the drama, and now we're going to get into other questions. I kind of segmented this in, so when it goes to YouTube, I can put the little timestamp. So this is also a reminder to put my timestamp here. So the next question is, we're all cosplayers. We all started somewhere. I saw Aoi saying, hot glue was the friend, and burning your fingers off. It's okay. Yeah. We have no sense of feeling anymore. Hot glue means nothing to us. Who needs hot gloves? I say that jokingly, but also a slight of truth. Sometimes people get scared of how easily I can touch things. So we're going to go into the crafting building questions. So tips for building cosplays who don't or can't sew. We've all been there. What are your greatest, how do you start? Where you go? You see this cool thing. Maybe you're not a sewer, but you're really good at crafting and making mini models, or how do you translate some of these skills? And then I have a follow-up question to that one.
Thrifting. I support thrifting aggressively. I think that a lot of folks, especially now, there are a lot of intimidations that exist. One, the cosplay shopping market has exploded. The accessibility to a very nice looking costume is so easy nowadays. It's so easy to just be like, oh man, my favorite Genshin is out. Hello, me costumes. Here's my wallet. I'm the Genshin now. Like, it's 1-to-1. It's so fast. I also think that the fast crafting can be a little struggle sometimes too, but that's its own argument. But you can buy a costume nowadays and they're very immaculate. So if the desire is to just be the character, super easy. If the craft of it is your appeal, there are a lot of places now that are really doing it. I have to shout out a group that's really awesome. First Stop Cosplay. Love those guys. They make really awesome patterns that are very accessible, and they really try to target a lot of patterns that are going to be great foundation points for a lot of characters. And then also, they've started doing a lot of cool collabs and sponsorships. So now they've got like licensed patterns for like Winx Club, Persona, Street Fighter. Like, that's really cool. So you want to cosplay like iconic characters, they have dedicated patterns. But I think thrifting is easy to do, because at the end of the day, a lot of costumes that you see, they're based on real outfits and real garments. So like, if you want to just kind of get an idea about understanding fashion, thrifting things, makeshift stuff out of your closet, that's a great way to start. And also, if you have access to or are in college, even a community college, if you have a community college near you, go take a theater class. So great. I was a scumbag and filled up on credits doing a sewing theater class 3 times, and my teacher just let me make cosplays and turn them in for credit. So my college fund paid for like 3 years of costumes.
That's a good idea.
That's a really good idea. I was thinking makerspace, but yeah.
I made Matsu from Dot Hack GU, Bang Shishigami from BlazBlue, and like 2 Pokemon Gajinkas off of my college fund. And my teacher was like, everybody, learn how to make pajama pants. Matt, turn in something that looks like pants.
I was going to say, for people who do want to do the crafting part, one thing I used to do when it came to patterns is I would actually use some of the patterns for my own clothes, because they already fit me. So might as well use those old clothes that I don't wear no more and just cut them up and see what the patterns are and stuff. So I used to take a lot of my old clothes apart and do that. But when it comes to sewing, there's so many people who have like sewing videos on YouTube, basic sewing, even if you want to learn like the crazy stuff, you can. But yeah, it's just knowledge is so accessible right now. So if you want to get into cosplay, like really now's the time, especially with all the stuff that is free online. And of course, there's also people who do sell stuff on Etsy. They sell patterns. They sell like the 3D stuff. So if you want to get into 3D printing, all that stuff.
Dangerous ladies.
I actually got their Graha Tia pieces. I finally managed to get one. That is for I'm stuck. I got the sewing done. It's now the detail work, which is always my failure. I'm like, I can do all the sewing easy in my sleep.
I'm so excited for your Graha, by the way. That's my husband right there. My other husband.
I'm hoping Fanime. If you come to Fanime, he might find its way in my closet or my suitcase. I'm only bringing Luna, really. But yeah, I think both of you huge. And then Stitchwitch.
I wanted to add to like the thrifting. It's like, you know how like now cosplay these days, like they're very accessible, so it's like fast fashion. I'm a very big believer on like sustainable and upcycling. So it's great that you can do thrifting, because it's, not everyone can just bust out like, oh hey, I can like buy this cosplay, especially students and the younger folks. So going thrifting, is actually a really great idea, because it also show you, you can learn how garment construction work. You can use those to also make patterns. So there's actually like a lot to benefit off of like secondhand store use. I also buy some of my fabrics there. Like I would use like like the linen and bed sheets. Like even now I still do it, because like they're still fabric at the end of the day. So you don't have to buy expensive fabric at store just to make an outfit. There's just so many like gainable things you can do with like secondhand stuff. So I definitely before I got into like school for like theater and fashion and costuming, I did everything off of secondhand. I saw something in the light, I matched my best. They might not look great, but I ended up still having fun, loving it, and I learned a lot from that. And also like like now cosplay, there's like so many skill, like varies, there's so many forms, not just sewing, but like foam, embroidery, 3D printing, prop making. There's just such a variety of them, and it can be overwhelming. But my suggestion, like, don't okay with me, I think I jumped in like the very like hard, and I was just like, oh, I want to make this. That's my first time, and I didn't know what I was doing. But so I really suggest, like, picking something more tameable that you can start with. I think I started when I like I used to buy my cosplay too, but then when I think the first one I ever tried attempt to make was Asbel from Tales of Graces, and I did not know anything about pattern. I That was the first time I learned Joanne even existed. So my friend's like, I just buy patterns that's close enough. Look in these catalogs, and yeah, find something. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, I didn't know there's something as pre-made patterns. So, and I didn't
Or
know how that
geometry.
worked. So even following directions from the pattern, sometimes it doesn't work out. I'm like, I followed everything right, so I don't know what's wrong. So it's gonna take trial and error. So also my recommendation is to do a mock-up, which is you make a draft of it to see how it is before making the real thing. But back then I just jumped straight into it, and lesson learned.
What do you
I
mean?
wanted
You learn by failure 5 times and buy more fabric.
I wanted to touch on the overwhelming part, because there are people, like I think you said earlier, there's so much materials that people can get overwhelmed. One of the biggest advice I like to give to newer cosplayers who want to tackle like the big projects, something that I do, I always break down the costume piece by piece. And I try to just work on that piece and then move on to the next one, so that I'm not looking at the cosplay as a whole, but I'm looking at each piece and going, oh, I can do that in a day, or I can do that in a week, I think people just get overwhelmed because they're like, here's this crazy costume. I need this done in a month, or whatever time limit you give yourself. So yeah, just breaking down the costume and making sure that you are not overwhelming yourself is a big part of it.
And I know, especially with big cluttered costumes, it gets overwhelming because there are a lot of like parts on it, like, oh, I've never done this before. So it does, yeah, it is a lot if you try to cram, like, especially new skill into one. So definitely take it one at a time. No pressure. You don't need to, like, oh, a con's coming up, I gotta do this, finish it. And in the end, like, what's the point of finishing something if you're not gonna be happy with? Like, for me, I think that took years to like to accept, like, hey, if I can't finish it, especially for a contest, like, oh well, like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't finish it, I'd rather be proud of my work than just forcing myself to bring it and
You
wear
know,
it and be like, oh, I'll remake it later, and which I do a lot. And I'm like, why am I spending more time and sources on making something like again and again when I can just take my time and just be happy with what I do.
I
So
I remember the first time I hit that wall. It
mhm.
was, I want to say it was ALA 2018. I was making Midoriya's like second or third version hero suit from My Hero Academia. I wanted to do a masquerade skit. I was not able to just get the people I needed. Like a lot of folks were flaking on me, or just this wasn't working out, that was working out. I was styling a wig for somebody that came out great, and then I went to style my own wig, and it just wasn't clicking, and I was miserable. And I was just like, no, I'm good. I'm done. I don't want to finish this and hate finish it. I want to enjoy this thing. So I stopped and I didn't touch it. And then I came back for it on Fanime and I had a good time and it was fine. But I 1000% agree with that ideology of taking your time. I also try nowadays to be like, I start costumes so far in advance of when I need them done. Like, when I made Leon from Sword and Shield, I started that costume in June and I debuted it at ALA in January. It took a whole 6 months to make that costume.
best in show you offer too.
And I got best in show with it. So yeah. There's a lot of costumes now where that's I have reached a point in my life where, like, if someone was like, hey man, can you finish this in 2 weeks? I'd be like, bet. But like, I don't want to do that. I like taking my sweet time and making sure that things are crisp and nice. Because then that's when you're just like, oh yeah, check it out. I did a welt pocket with paneling and blocking, and they match and they line. So I took the
I
time.
understand it's also because of the FOMO. Like you want to finish it because you don't want to miss out. So it's a lot. Yeah, definitely. That's one of the reasons why people rush into it. But yeah, that was my advice. Just don't you rather just do what you like finish it at your own pace, and
Yeah,
there's other opportunity. Yeah, yeah, that's my tip.
Oh, it's huge. I think all of that is good. It's a good reminder too of how far we've come, because man, I have gone hotel horror stories of my roommates finishing their cosplays at 3 a.m. going
Yeah, that too. Actually, that too. I've done that. Been there. Yeah.
The worst feeling on the planet is I think there are two different problems. One, when it's you, when you're the one who's finishing your costume at 3 a.m. in the room, and then the other bad feeling is watching your roommate. Watching a roommate try to finish a costume.
Well, we all do it. I remember we just all do it. And then I remember it was 1 p.m. max. There was you had a back door you can go out to, and we were just spray painting out there.
There's a reason why that became the standard rule in my hotel room after like 3 years of it happening. I think Fanime was the worst one, where my roommate literally slept for 2 hours, woke up, wore her costume for 1 hour, and then went back to sewing the next one she was going to wear later that evening. And it was all weekend long. Okay, I'm gonna grab this question. But dear God, did that no, please hear our horror stories and our realization that sleep is worth it.
Yeah.
2012, I was finishing a prop for my masquerade performance in the lobby the night before.
Oh no.
It was cheap. It wasn't like anything serious, but my friends and I did like a very funny parody skit making fun of King of Fighters. And the premise of the joke was that like fighting games always add new mechanics every new game. So the joke was like, what if the joke was that the new fighting game came out, and instead of playing the fighting game, your characters were playing other video games inside the video game. So it was like me and my buddy as two characters, and then we're like, all right, set up the new Super Nintendo. And then we booted up like Mortal Kombat inside King of Fighters. And then after we won a round, we're like, okay, new game. And then we put in Mario Kart. So like we had giant cardboard cutouts of like Mario Kart cars that I was painting in the hotel lobby the night before. Miserable. Got a judge's award for it, but miserable.
With working on cosplays last minute at the con, I used to do that a lot before I got into it as a profession, and then when I started diving into it professionally, I promised myself not to ever do that again. So that's like the thing that I do. I always try to not overwhelm myself and always break down the costume, and then I also make sure that I'm pacing myself well to the point where I know I can finish it before the deadline. Because the thing is too, when you're doing it professionally, a lot of the time these companies don't give you a lot of time. And from my experiences, a lot of the characters that I do are characters that haven't been announced or haven't been released or anything. So it's hard to create something that hasn't been created in the real life yet. And you don't get that luxury of seeing someone else who has cosplayed the character and saying, oh, I could use that same technique for this one, you know? So I would say also, if you're going to get into it professionally, definitely pace yourself, you know? You want to make sure that you, one, give enough time to yourself to work on it in a good mental state. Because I know some people, they get overwhelmed and they don't pace themselves very well, and then they get into this mental state where they're just like, I gotta do this now, I gotta finish it, or else, you know, I'm gonna be in trouble, or it's not gonna come out right, or anything like that. So yeah, just make sure you pace yourself, drink water, eat food, get some sleep. If you have a problem, sleep on it. My husband can attest to this. I have solved cosplay problems in my dreams. And it happens so often that whenever I have a problem or I can't make something, I sleep on it. I wake up in the morning, I'm like, I dreamt that I did this and now it's solved. You know?
Brilliant.
Gamer sup is not hydration, so please don't count gamer sups as hydrations. Please do not do that. But I felt all of us, as you're saying, sleep fixes all things. We all had that visceral moment of like, yes. I'm currently working on Luna's stupid bodice fucking thing, and I made a mock-up of my real fabric because I'm an idiot and I don't learn my lessons like Stitchwitch said about making a mock-up. And I got mad at it and I just left it on the dress form. I walked away. I went to the secondary pattern, and I was like, okay, I have muslin. There's no reason why I didn't do a mock-up out of muslin. So I made the mock-up. It worked. I sewed it together. It looks so. I got my princess seams and they're crisp as fuck. Now my next problem is figuring out how to do the bodice to the top part, but that's a later Acai problem. That's on the dress form right now, staring at me and mocking me.
That's future you to solve.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep dreaming. But before we move on to the next question, any other comments about our tips for the starting outs?
Oh man. I think I want to share one. I'm trying to find the exact word to say it, but I think that you can look at cosplay like you can look at art, and there are a lot of people who will look at art and just be like, "Well, I can't do it because I'm not artistic." And something that I learned as an artist was that I wasn't magically good. Talent does not equal good. Talent equals aptitude for skill. I am quick to learn how to do something. That is talent. Everybody has to do the work. Everybody's got to learn something. So if ever you feel that like cosplay is intimidating because you have to learn how to do something, we all had to learn. Everybody had to learn how to do it. You don't magically wake up one morning and be like, I know how to resin cast. Nobody fucking knows how to do that. That's not how that works. Everybody had to learn. Everyone made mistakes. Do not fear those. Do not fear mistakes. Be willing to make mistakes. Be willing to learn. Be willing to take baby steps. You don't get good at shooting 3-pointers out of nowhere. You got to practice them. So practice. And then to be a sassy child, practice how to make mitered corners. This is not a request. This is a threat. I mean it. Learn how to make mitered corners.
The sewer in me just had a visceral reaction to that one. I'm like,
Good.
it's like drawing hands. It's just like drawing hands.
It's my one cosplay, senpai, dad, whatever gripe. Anybody who's like, oh, I want to learn from you. And I'm like, okay, I will be so nice, but this is the one thing I'm going to be a villain about. If you don't learn how to do a mitered corner, I will show up in your house and force you to.
So Maguma, you got to tell what people mitered corners are who aren't sewers.
Absolutely. So basically what a mitered corner is, if you ever look at a piece of fabric, especially with like trim on it, and you see how like the corners meet in that really nice diagonal line that looks super crisp and cool instead of like this little fold over thing, that is a mitered corner. This is the nice little edge. It is a little tricky, but there is a phenomenal live journal tutorial that still exists. It's still out there. That teaches people how to make them. It takes a couple shots, and that's why we practice and we learn new skills. But I highly recommend it, especially if you ever feel like you want to get into competitions. Free bonus points. Free bonus points if you know how to do a nice mitered corner. Oh my god.
And since 3 of us have cosplay tales, the tales of bias tape, are all well familiar with that struggle.
Good old bias tape. I was like, do I have like a perfect example of mitered corner accessible in my room?
Satin stitching?
Oh, I do. Hold up. Wait. I know. I can show off mitered. Hold up. Where is it? Yeah. Mitered corners. I made this hoodie. I made this jacket. Mitered corners. Look at how crisp that paneling is. Fear me. power level. That's a flex.
Yep. Yeah, Zelda, definitely. Chaos, I also put your question down before. If you have any more questions, we're gonna do Q&A once we get through all 15 questions. I have three Q&A questions, or yeah, 4 Q&A questions. If we can survive miter corners. Thank you guys for everyone. We are getting to the 8-minute cutoff. The next question is kind of easy, so I want to try to get to it. But anyone else? Sewing cosplay tips, miter corners, especially if you cosplay tails of bias tape. We'll kick your ass all day, every day. But anyone else? Anything else? I feel like we hit a lot.
I'm sure there's so much more of them. Like, oh, my mind is just trying to like only remember the main things. It's like mock-ups.
Mock-ups. Don't be us who just YOLO and cry.
Unless you're 100%
about
sure, like you got it, like you already worked with it before. It's like a similar, like silhouette or something. Yeah, always mock-up will be your best friend.
I'm gonna throw in one more tip real fast. I just thought about a good one. In the realm of making a mock-up, this is something I do now, which I love doing, and it makes future Matt so happy. Future Maguma was so happy he does this. When I make a mock-up, especially using like a pre-baked pattern or otherwise, I will usually, like, let's say for example, I make a jacket. I will build a jacket with like the intent to be able to put it on entirely. And usually I will draw on it. That's a lot of time what you do with mock-ups. You'll draw on it if you gotta do weird designs, details, or panels. But I only draw on one half of it.
Oh.
And then I cut that in half and I only use that one half. And now I have a blank second half for a different project later down the road, and then I don't have to think about it. And then I can come around and be like, yeah, I want to make this thing. Oh yeah, I got a jacket pattern right over there that's ripe for the drafting. And I don't have to do it a second time. And I'm already like, cool, I have dodged the drafting phase entirely, and I can go straight into making the garment because I already have a pattern.
That's really smart. That's ingenious.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. I didn't do it on my
Build
course
the
at
garment, cut it in half.
because I was like, I'm only gonna take half of it. I'm gonna take the half that's pretty. But that's a really good. That's a really good thing.
I literally started working on another jacket because of that. So
okay, we got 6 minutes till ads on our next break. So I'm gonna skip question 10 until we get back.
Okay.
Shit, all of these are safety questions, which I want to get. Go on safety because we're old and we have youngins running about. All right, we're gonna let this question bake and then we're gonna roll ads. Okay. Tips for cosplayers who want to get involved in the community, convention, booth work, community building events. So we're gonna let this bake because this is all our specialties, right? Like we have done so many of these.
It's my job.
It's your job. I mean, I used to help make like studios back when it was a thing and it was busting. But we've all done stuff. We've all worked in picnics or gatherings and whatnot. So when we're looking back at those experiences now that we're in the rubber band effect of cons and the youngins that were, looking at cosplayers on the interwebs back in the pandemic years, right? They're now of age, they're getting their monies. It's very much back when we were there and we were busting out of our shells. Think about that as we cue into break because there's a lot to unpack there, and I think it's a really important question I don't see a lot. And this also will deal with etiquette and things to consider as we relearn to socialize in the grand scheme of things, for better or worse. So we're gonna let this question bake. Everyone else, please hydrate, potty, do your thing. I'm gonna start ads now, and we're gonna cue into the break. And we're gonna come back to this relatively heavy topic. And this is also me for when I timestamp this later, what this time set is going to be about. So I feel like we have a lot of hashing to do in this one. Ad break, run. Everyone enjoy whatever ads you get. Back in.
All right.
All right, we are back. All right, I gotta get myself organized. All right, I hope we percolated on that big question, but I'm gonna, if anyone's new coming in or whatnot, I'm gonna re-percolate the question.
It's my wheelhouse. I'm ready.
So as we transition and rubber band, I think Maguma, you did the best like synopsis of the the renaissance that we're experiencing, but also the willingness to teach and the willingness to be involved and the willing. Oh my God!
I was wondering when you noticed.
Thank you for humoring me.
I accept these. These ones I'm cool with.
My Longmo and long Cookie Monster.
Longmo and Wonky Monster.
Oh God, that makes me so happy.
They're cute.
Yeah, these ones are. It's better than the.
They're not as scary as a Furby.
I mean, this is the normal one. I have one that's like the centipede version where it has like multiple arms coming down, but
Yeah, that one sucks. That was
elbow feed. That's, what we
That's
call it,
even
elbow
better.
Muppet Centipede.
God, I have such fond memories of seeing the Book of Face and you working on that, and I'm just cackling. And then I just watched it propagate throughout the internets, and I'm like, yes, be traumatized. Yep. Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm reading the question. I'll go back and clip that because I think that reaction got me the best one out of all of them so far. All right, I have a candy in my mouth to keep my throat from getting all wonky. But this is all in our wheelhouse. We have all been a part of, done a part of. We've seen the rise and fall of cons. Maguma did like the best synopsis of what we at the time could not articulate. I think, and now we're older and wiser, and our frontal lobes have developed. We're able to really put words to that uncomfy feeling, but then also being okay that someone else is enjoying their thing on their side of it, adjacent to us, and we can be happy for them. Before we started stream, I remember at a PMX, Jessica Nigiri, I think it was probably one of her first cons, and she was wearing Dramatical Murder, and people were being kind of catty because I don't know why at the time, it just was a thing, and she wasn't famous, she wasn't anything else, and I personally look at her like her growth as a content creator and as a artist, and I'm like, holy damn shit, girl! Like your bikini stuff don't do it for me, but that sexy craftsmanship of your darkness, those crisp lines, like, oh, I don't know you. I'm gonna stay on my little corner of the webs, but I acknowledge you, and I think that's fantastic, even though you are hitting an untapped market. And as we're having this rubber band effect, as cons come back, as we're having a renaissance, and we're looking at the grand scheme of things and the future of conventions, what is your tip for cosplayers right now who want to, or not even cosplayers, I think anyone in the con community, because the people in my Twitch community are like, you do cons? And I'm like, yeah, I've been doing them forever. They're not scary. And I forgot how intimidating these spaces can be, how intimidating going out and participating in events are. So what are your tips to help, one, make it a safe space to go and attend, two, how to find them, because we're in that rubber band renaissance, people are kind of figuring out how to come out of your hole. I actually haven't done any events when I was doing crazy events back in, Orange County, LA, alongside Maguma and some of the other creators. And your thoughts on the etiquette into doing it.
I would like to, very quickly before I forget it, in regards to you bringing up Jessica Nigri, something is very important, I think, especially if we're going to touch and talk about professional, like getting into the professional space, being successful. Jessica was a lightning in the bottle moment where she got really, really popular and really recognized for something very simple. And I think the key element that got her to where she is now, and maybe she has a different opinion about it than how I see it, but the way I see it is that she capitalized on a moment and did not relent on it and was just like, oh, okay. And I think that is a skill that she has, is that when she is struck with inspiration, when she has an opportunity, she does not look that in the mouth ever. She takes full advantage of the opportunities she either is given, comes across, or works towards. And like, that is the most important skill. Luck is opportunity meets preparedness. And like, that girl's the queen of that. So anybody out there who is like, I want to be in this business, I want to be, successful professional cosplayer or whatever, I want to do a thing or run a show, do a thing. Be ready. Be ready. Have ideas. Have an idea of what you want, and fucking go, because opportunities will pass you by if you're not willing to grab them. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna get that off my chest.
yeah, and I kind of want to add on that, like, yeah, it's a lot of luck, but I'm a firm believer that you kind of create a lot of your luck. You're not going to be handed any opportunities if you just stay home and never show your craft or go out and make social connections or network or anything like that. I remember there was one question. Well, it wasn't even a question to me. It was a question that somebody had that told someone else to ask me, if that makes any sense. But he was pretty much asking a question on behalf of his friend, and he was asking, how do I work for these industries and work on at their booths without having to talk to anyone? Because I don't really like to talk to people. And I was like, you don't.
Good luck. Godspeed, brother.
You-
Send a really cool email.
I do most of my talking when I'm at the booths and interacting with the attendees and networking with these companies. Yeah, there really is no other way to really like get jobs. Like, that's how you get jobs. And then another thing I want to also touch on is, like, with Jessica Niguri, she is a very hard worker. I don't think people realize that, and I think there's this idea of, oh, she's hot, she has boobs, she does this, she doesn't have to work hard. And that's an idea that's been prevalent in every social space. It's the same on Twitch. I still get people who are like, well, I'm not a hot girl, so obviously I'm not gonna do well on Twitch. I'm like, that's not the thing. Like, people have to remember that these communities are different. And what Maguma was saying a little back was, even though we have a cosplay community, there are inner circles and communities within that community. And so, yeah, you're probably not going to get the same audience that she pools, because that audience is for
Yours, brother.
is for her sexy cosplays or whatever cosplays. Like, those are her fans. That's not saying she's taking any fans away from you, you know?
I will say, like, on purpose, when I know she's not in the sexy ones, I purposely like it so it messes with the algorithm. So I'm like, this needs more attention because those seams are clean.
Yeah, and she's an amazing craftsman. Like, she obviously has a passion, and that's also something I want to I guess this is my advice as well, is when you are transitioning from hobby to profession, you need passion. You need passion for this craft, because there are going to be times where you're going to doubt yourself, you're going to hit a wall, you're going to burn yourself out. And if you don't have passion for it, you're going to not want to do it anymore. And it's hard to let go of something and then come back to it later on, and finding that motivation to come back to it. Like, obviously there are people who do take breaks, and I think breaks are important, especially if mentally you need one. But again, for you to get back into something that you loved, you need that passion to drive you forward.
Also, Jessica, if you ever see this video, do know that I idolize you from afar, and I'm sorry in advance for bringing you as like the best example of the sexy make it big. But yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. You're the best one. I like you more than Yahan.
Big
Sorry,
fan. Big
Yahan.
fan.
Damn. Okay.
Hey, I picked a side, okay?
I'm gonna be that bitch. There's no sides to pick.
I didn't even know there was a side.
There are no sides to pick.
I love all forms of cosplay.
I do.
I'm
I
here
do
to
love
support
Mayama.
everyone.
I just got judged by her one time and it left a bitter taste in my mouth.
It happens. Personal experiences are personal experience. We ain't gonna hide those.
Yep.
I think that there's something. So like we want to talk about like cons, right, and convention staffing. So conventions in most cases are a community thing from the get-go. So many cons are run by people who are not getting paid. They're volunteering their time. They're going to be compensated in certain ways, as is the letter of the law. But a lot of people are doing this because it's a passion. And I think that like I was mentioning it earlier, kind of in the ad break, but it's the sense of like, hey man, if you want to see something in your community at your events or whatever, and you're not seeing it happen, it's your turn. You do it. You need to be the change that you want to see. I started staffing cons because I was hosting cosplay chess at Anime Expo. And I was like, I think that's a cool thing, but it's not here. Well, if I want it to be here, I'll do it. And I got some friends to help me, and we came together. And then, sure enough, Chaz, the founder and at the time chairman of ALA, was like, hey, that's cool. Can you do that at my show? And I was like, sure. And that's how I ended up on staff. And then I meet people all the time who are like, oh, I wish there was this or I wish there was that. At Anime Los Angeles, our executive team, what we do is we have a programming track that we do every day of the con, which is, so do you want to know how anime cons work? And we break it down into different categories. We'll have one day which is branding and marketing, which is the panel I'm sitting on normally. We have one for our facilities. We have one for guests and programming. And then we do another one that's about like logistics and operational stuff. And I remember one year we had somebody during just like our Q&A of our branding and marketing panel go like, yeah, I noticed that like there's not like as a lot of cool stuff as there was last year. And like, I don't know how you guys choose what's going on, but like it felt kind of weird that just like programming just seems kind of like not as good. And my response to that was like, we can curate our own programming to a degree, but we are a fan-run convention and we're a community-based convention. So most of the programming you're experiencing is members of the community bringing stuff to you. So if you're not vibing with what you see on the programming schedule, or if you're not vibing with the way the thing is running, that is a sign to either say, A, you should find somebody who cares, or B, it should be you who cares and get involved, because be the change you want to see in the spaces you occupy. And I think that should be a driving force 9 times out of 10. If you really think in your heart that like, I want this to be better, or I wish this existed, and that comes across your mind at any time more than twice, consider volunteering at a convention and just diving in and finding your spot, because that's how I did it. And now I get paid to do anime conventions. Like, this is my job. It pays my bills. And it started with, man, it would be cool if cosplay chess existed in California. Now I pay my bills. So like, that's like my intro line to that statement. Lots of cons are always gonna have volunteering. You can just, if you want to dip your toes in the water and kind of get a gist for it, find an info desk, ping a social media account, be like, hey, how do I volunteer? Check a website. There's a great way to just kind of start and see if you like it, and get your toe in the water, figure it out. Staffing can be a lot of fun. I think also there is something to be said about getting knowledge from the other side of the table. A lot of people look at conventions and look at cosplaying and look at events and have an opinion because they've seen it or someone's told them something, but that's not knowledge. That's not experience. And I think that you want to have at least some knowledge or some experience of the thing before you form an opinion about it. So if you really want to be involved in your community, go do something for your community, so that way you know what it's like and you understand what it takes. And I will also, again, put on my little sassy hat and be like, yeah, I'm cool with people's wild ass takes about like, oh, I don't like it, they do the thing. That's not fair. And I'm like, you don't understand what's fair when $50,000 is on the line. So maybe, maybe wait and find out why people make choices, because sometimes they're expensive. But it is the nature of the beast. Sometimes there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes that we don't know, we don't understand, and it's great when events and shows and companies are willing to take the time to pull the curtain back a little bit so that folks are a bit more understanding of what's going on and why it's happening, but also take that as an opportunity to go get experience, help your community. You want to see your community grow, got to get involved. Takes a village. So
That's it.
Like, yeah, like to add to it, like I know, like to like what Magama says, like if you have something, like you have to have the passion and to start it, and I think that's really good, but also good to have like a solid plan and breakdown, because I know I've seen a lot of like communities would jump into something because they're very ambitious, but then it kind of like either crash or just like halfway they give up because they don't have a breakdown for like, oh, like, oh, okay, so having a team that or like people to work with that's also with the same passion with you is very important, because I've worked with people where like I feel like I'm the one more passionate while like I'm picking up the work, while the other just like the idea of it, but when it comes to actually working, they don't like. So everyone just has to be on the same mindset. And one of them, like I want to say, is like a like we used to have like in my area, we used to have like a lot of like cosplay like gathering community, and that was really big. But I think one of our person who was in charge of it over time, like she retired, so she tried to hand it off to whoever wanted to hold it, and there was a whole team of it. But then eventually it didn't work because they didn't communicate, they weren't on the same level, they didn't try reaching out, one didn't push for it, and eventually it just died off. And I think we just lost that gathering, and I was really sad because they didn't have that drive to do it. And yeah, that was one of the main things. Just you have to really put yourself into it. It's not like, I know you like the idea of it, but then actually putting work into it is completely different. So my advice is like, also you have to work with like the right people. You guys all have to be on that same goal in order for it to work, because in the end you also can't always work alone. You just it's a teamwork base too.
Mhm. I think at the NorCal Cosplay Gathering, that is that what you're referencing?
rip.
Yeah, I was like, I
I
remember
knew
that one. I never made it to
right
it.
away. I
miss
I,
it so much.
I want to bring back SoCal cosplay gatherings so bad.
Oh man, I miss Sakura Me so much.
It's
Balboa
I,
Park.
I think it's very difficult because I think the other problem is, again, the scene has changed,
Yep.
and like cosplay gatherings in that capacity just aren't the thing, and they're not desired the same way. Like I tried very hard to try to bring it back in a capacity, and it just did not. It just doesn't hit, and it's kind of a bummer because I think it's a really great community building thing, but I think what's needed is a very existing and desired community first to capitalize on. But yeah, it's rough. But
Well,
boy howdy,
it's hitting
SoCal
the
cosplay.
gong, right? It's hitting that. Even if you couldn't hit the gong and make everyone show up, so I feel like the ones that are passionate, that enjoyed and have fond memories of the Sakura Me and like those gathering events, are all old and crotchety and don't want to leave our house and put on cosplays. Exhausting.
Cherry Blossom thing was really cool. It also doesn't help when the park kills the cherry blossom trees.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I heard. I've only been
Yeah.
to one of the Balboa Park.
They just
meetup,
stopped
and it was fun.
bothering to water them. There was an irrigation problem, and then like the park was just like, yeah, what if we just stop maintaining them? So basically, all the cherry trees died. And it was just like, cool,
That's
awesome.
heartbreaking.
Thanks a lot, assholes.
Yeah.
So
Nature.
nature.
We don't deserve nice things, I guess.
No.
There are other nice things. By the way, if you have sakura trees that are blooming, do not shake them for photos.
Oh yeah.
That is an etiquette thing. Do not shake them as a normal person. Do not shake them as a cosplayer. Respect all your foliage. Please, please, for the love of God, and especially if there's animals involved, do not do anything stupid. All right, I've done my caveat.
Valid.
Oh yeah. It's because we lost someone.
Oh yeah, I think she's dancing around. But that side of it, it does take a passion. I was working really closely with the creator of Make Like Studios to try and like even then I could feel it was struggling to get people into the studio to want to book even just individual booking stuff. And to make events because I was helping her with open houses just to get some sort of income in and build community. And I did a lot of bribery with my own friend groups, like come pay $10 and come take photos. And the key component, I think all of us were saying, networking. Cosplay is actually a really, really small community. And that's the joy of it, but also the struggle of it too. So if you burn bridges, did I freeze? Okay, no, everyone's moving. I'm like, wait.
We're listening intently.
Yeah, if you burn bridges, it's really hard to build back that trust, especially if you're being petty or something going sideways. And that is a caveat, right, of a very small community. But who's also, we are very protective. When we know there's a bad actor, we know it is spread like wildfire to protect not only ourselves, but the community at large. And that's the one thing I do love about the cosplay community. Every time we find out a bad actor or something comes to light, yeah, there is some hush hush behavior about it at start, but like a fire, it's going to burn. And when the groups at large hear about it, it is a like, were you okay? Like everything happened here. What's going on here? Not saying we're not forgiving if it was something juvenile, I should say it that way. But if it's predatory, man, do we have a long memory. And man, are we protective. So that's the other caveat with the culture of the con community, at least the cosplayer community.
Yeah.
We have I'm sure you think about all of the stuff that's happened and it's come out the last 10 years during the dark ages, before social media, before the ability to outreach, before the ability to communicate with it. Yeah, we may not air it out right away, but we are messaging, we are making each other known, we are keeping each other safe. So that's
And it's the same. Yeah, and it actually spills over in the professional side. There's, again, it actually, Maguma touched on it a little bit, where there's budgets involved, right? A lot of the time, these cosplay opportunities are based on an overall budget for the marketing of a certain game, for example. So a lot of the time, a lot of the companies will either work with cosplayers that they've worked with before that they had good experiences with, or they'll even ask another cosplayer that they have worked with before if they recommend another cosplayer. And I've been asked that many times, and there have been times where I'm like, I don't know if I could recommend this cosplayer because I've never had good experiences with this person. They don't work well with others, which a lot of the time you are always working with someone, either it's a cosplayer, a handler, or with even the staff of the company you're working with. So I've had people like reach out to me, oh, the next time a job comes up, recommend me. And I've had to not put them on the list just because I have to think about, well, one, if I recommend someone who isn't good, that's on me. Okay. And then second, you have to work with many people. And if you can't work well with others, it's going to, not only is it going to make me look bad, but it's going to make you look bad, you know? So I like, you have to learn how to get along with people. You have to work well with others. And you also have to be, sometimes you also have to stick to your values and stuff. There have been times where I've had to tell my boss, like, hey, I don't like what this cosplayer's done. They have hurt people that I've known. If there's a job that this person's working on, I don't want to be a part of it. And I've had to say that before. And yeah, I mean, in the end, it's not only protecting you, but also protecting everyone else who has to experience that person at the con or at the booth. So
Absolutely. I've definitely had that experience a handful of times. There have been a couple of gigs that I've brought people on, and I've had to pull them aside to just be like, hey man, this is more than just you. This is me putting my faith in you, and I'm warning you now. Like, it's not to be mean, but also like this is important, because if this goes south, there's a lot of people here who don't believe in this. So please, we gotta be a team. We gotta work together. I've definitely had those moments also, just like, yeah, I recommend these people. I'm gonna turn this job down. It's a very tough it's a tough spot to be in, but it's also one of those things where it's just like you gotta be very, I don't want to say grateful, because grateful feels kind of like mean, feels a little entitled to say it that way, but it's like you gotta really appreciate when someone wants to go to bat for you because of the stakes. It's so important. Like I have someone in the community who is, in my mind, she's like my big sister. Her name is Diana. She was my big C. That's my big sister. I love Diana. Diana's gone to bat for me a ton of times, and I remember the first time she ever did that for me, I understood the severity of that moment, and she kind of like, in her personality and her attitude, was just like, "Hey man, I'm gonna bring you to this thing. Do not fucking embarrass me."
Diana's hardcore.
Yes, ma'am.
Like she is. Ooh.
Yes.
I worked under her for AX for Masquerade one year.
Yeah. she's great. But like, if Diana puts her foot, like, if she's willing to support me, if she's willing to put me on the table, no, best believe I'm delivering 150%, because I know for a fact that like she could have gone to anybody. She's got the Rolodex of people that she can rely on. So like in that moment, that's a sign for me to be like, hey, I gotta do my best. So like, it's not about being grateful, but it's that like, hey, you gotta really understand that when someone goes to bat for you, you gotta appreciate that, because it is a competitive space. There's a lot of respectability that has to go into it, and you're representing everybody, even when it's yourself. It's a team effort, even when it's you being hired for a solo gig. You're representing the community. You're representing everybody who's going to come after you. You're setting an impression, whether you're the first person on the job or the last person on the job.
Yeah.
That makes me think of the person that burned me when I wrecked them for a job, and I was just horrified. I was so horrified. Oh,
yeah. And it's not even just like it's also about being aware, because it's not only affecting everyone else, but let's say again, like a company that's never worked with cosplayers before, if you leave a bad taste in their mouth, they're never going to want to work with cosplayers ever again. Mm-hmm. And it's like, I don't know, it's just, I think a lot of people just think that if they make a good costume, that's it, that's all they have to do. But there's just so much work that goes into just cosplay in general, but also working with companies in cosplay. There's just so much work that goes into it. And if you really want to get deep divey into it, there's people in charge of that specific installation. And so if it goes bad, it's not just you that doesn't have a job, but potentially the people whose idea of having that installation, their job could be, in jeopardy. So you have to really think about representing, even with games, right? Like if I get a game, I think about, okay, I'm representing this game, I'm representing this company. I'll do research. Even if the game's not out, I'll try and find things that this company has done and be like, okay, what kind of vibe are they going for? Are they mostly family friendly, or are they cool with this and that? Like, you really got to do your research. It's like any job, really.
Absolutely.
You can't just go in there and just be like, yeah, easy peasy. It's not always like that.
Stitchwitch, I know we got real passionate, and I could see the gears turning in your brain too. So I'm like, oh no, the internet went out.
Oh, we lost her.
She'll be back.
She'll be back. She'll be back. The internebs. Yeah. Everyone's on porn hour.
Yeah, I could.
I was like, wait a minute, did I hear that right? I was like, huh? Oh.
Yep, sorry, that slipped out. I live in a
funny.
potato net, so yeah. It runs on potatoes here, so I know exactly when people are doing naughty things and watching their naughty things. So we'll wait for Onion to Stitchwitch to come back. But yeah, it's a huge thing, I think. I've been burned with a wreck. Luckily, I was able to repair the relationship because friendship. And it's crazy on my end of working thing because I've worked with Aniplex and Viz and High Dive and a lot of like the general boothing stuff through ACP. Who rest your heart, you're the con ages of you of just volunteering for a badge are over, thank God. Speaking of unpaid labor, but it did allow me to go to New York Comic Con and be a part of the Kishimoto team. And it did let me go and meet a bunch of people and paid for the travel. And at the time, that was all we could get and all we could bargain for. But it also allowed me to make industry connections and really experience things and see what the show is like behind the scene. And made me really grateful for building the connections I have now. And I have done career coaching for about 6 years before I moved from my new location. And it's wild to think how much of that I naturally gained through the skill set of cosplay and the skill set of working shows and the skill set of putting on events. It is something you can put on your resume. You gotta dress it up a little bit, but it is something to be proud of in our own sphere. But now that we have Stitchwitch back, right as I asked you, you vanished. I was like, oh no.
My internet's like, yeah, nope, not answering this.
No.
You missed my porn comment. I was like, oh, it's porn hour.
Oh, no.
And it just blurted out of my mouth, and both Maguma and Fruitcake were like, "What? Did I just hear that right?" I'm like, yeah.
Like, did I hear that right?
But yeah, what is your hot take? Because these are some hot takes. This is some hot tea.
What did I say before I crashed? I was saying like I had my fair share of working with people I don't like, especially like in the cosplay scene, like for contests where I would be judging, and then there are times when I don't. Okay, most of the time there are times I don't agree with like some of the judges, but I have to be professional about it because like I was picked for this. I don't want to cause any trouble because it's also not just for the coordinator, but also representing the whole contest itself, and I want to make it like this a safe space and a comfortable space for all the contestants that's joining to have all the good opinions. So there's a lot of that, and I suck it up. I'll like I don't like them, but I'll work with them. I'll be neutral with them just to keep it going, just in work. So you just have to know how to like be professional about it. It's just like in the workspace, like sometimes it doesn't work out, you don't like them, and if something does go wrong, I'll notify like coordinator, like, hey, there's this and that, like I was wondering if there's something you can do with it. So if it does come to the worst or something, then I'll talk to the one in charge because they put us there for a reason. And that's one of my hot takes with them. Like I just have to learn how to work with them to a certain point.
Yeah. So now that we have our hot tea is steeped, well spoiled. We're gonna go on some sweet munchies from the bakery. I'm gonna start throwing in puns here because my brain is like, you're getting close to the midnight hour and you're getting tight. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm having fun. So here's a sweet question. What would you tell your younger self through all the experiences? So we just traveled 20 years worth of cosplay experience. We just went on this wild journey. What would you tell your younger self if you were to become your own mentor in the moment?
Oh man, there's too many things. I feel like I ain't gonna lie. I feel like everything that I'm saying now is stuff I wish I would like had. I'd say easily the thing I would probably tell my younger self is that like if you care about something, put in the time. I think it in every capacity of what the con scene is, cosplaying, staffing, professionalism, whatever. If there's something you care about, give it the time and respect it deserves to do it. And I think the other thing that I would tell myself, and I feel lucky that I learned it early enough, is it is so apparent when you do anything with the mentality of I did this, it was me, my whatever, versus we did this, we're here, us, the team. Like there is something inherent about talking about projects, successes, completion or otherwise, where when you acknowledge the whole and it's not about you, where that is so much smoother, infinitely so. And every time I work with anybody who looks at me and goes, what do you think about my thing? Or didn't you like my thing? Or I was the one who came up with that. But then if something goes wrong, they don't say that. And then that we language starts coming out and that they language starts coming out. Doesn't look good. Being accountable, be smart with your time, take the time, be proud of what you do.
I think for me, one of the biggest things, and I learned this like when I got towards the end of high school. I when I was young, I used to be very shy. I didn't like standing out. You know, the more people didn't know about me, the better. That was like my take. And there was like when I started getting jobs, there was a lot of imposter syndrome. Um, and there was a lot of me myself putting myself down because I had toxic people in my life telling me the same thing, you know. And I tell people this all the time, like sometimes it doesn't matter how long you've known somebody, it doesn't matter how close you think you are to someone, they could be some of the most toxic people that hold you down. And it wasn't until I completely cut myself off from these people that I really started soaring. And it's not even just me saying that. I had people telling me, like, you seem so much happier. You seem like you're really just focusing your time on stuff that you enjoy. Um, and that's the thing. I was focusing a lot of my time and energy and stuff that I enjoyed, because before I was focusing on keeping the peace within my friends group, and that's just a lot of, it's exhausting. It's exhausting. um and so I would probably tell my younger self, like, it, let go of the people that are bringing you down. Like, surround yourself with good people, people who motivate you, um and people who inspire you, and just focus on what you want to do. Don't worry about what other people are doing or what other people are saying. The only thing that matters is what you tell yourself. And yeah, just do what you enjoy and do what you love.
I think for me, it's like
Oh no.
Oh no, the porn's going hard.
thing like
Oh.
oh,
Oh,
I
it's thinking real hard.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay.
made so
I will
much
go
like
when we get the Stitch Witch back. She it does good,
Oh.
and then I think it has that random spike.
I learned
Yeah.
my lesson,
Boots
so
her off.
try not to do that.
I know that area in terms it's a pain in the butt, to be honest.
Sure.
But I'll go next. What I would tell my younger self,
But you saying like
just try it.
did I glitch again or something?
Um,
Also like
Oh,
cosplays and
wait,
clicks,
wait.
and it
Oh,
sometimes
she's still on the
it just
screen.
doesn't work
Oh no,
out. And
okay, that
I
did
just tell
delay.
myself,
Oh, no,
it you
back.
know, I just don't have to always stay with them and just work at my own pace. And I'm just better off like where I am now. I'm glad like with the groups I am now. It took a lot over the years when like trial and error like with the community, friends, and where I was. So that's one of my I want to tell my younger self like it was fine. I didn't have to be so ambitious about like the things I did. I don't have to bust out and do all this at the same time, trying to like impress other people. So just be myself. I think that's what like back then I tried really hard just to fit in with the community because that pressure of like, oh, everyone's doing this, so I was trying hard to like to fit in with the hype, like, oh, everyone's gotta do this and doing this. Yeah, so that's probably what I would tell myself.
I do love to appreciate you never stopped and the video kept going on the stream, but then you weren't in the video call. And then we're like, is she gone? Is she there? But you never left the stream on Twitch.
Locked in. She was locked in.
And then it just never skipped a beat when she came back. And I was like, I don't think she knows, but I'm going to shut up now.
We take those.
I was so distracted by that. I was actually really distracted by the fact I can see myself not moving on screen. So I was like, should I keep talking?
You're good.
You're good. You're good. It figured itself out.
Get the show going, girl.
It was like, I didn't know what I was saying halfway. I was like, wait, my screen, am I okay? No one's moving. No. And then I saw the chat, everyone's leaving slowly. And then everyone came back again. I'm like, am I talking to myself?
It worked out.
It worked out. On the actual stream, you never left. It never blinked out.
Do what I
it was
want.
Really funny.
Yeah. Don't follow others. Do what you want. That's what I want to tell myself. Like, do what you like. So following other people's lead. I think that's what like my younger self kept doing. Like, I wanted to always do what other people are doing. Yeah.
I'm gonna curtail off that is the same thing. I think at the start of it, I was so nervous and scared. I knew I could sew, but I was so overwhelmed. And I didn't have like Fruitcake. I didn't have a really good cosplay group yet, and I was too nervous to go by myself. And I wasn't driving at the time. And in Southern California, that's kind of a death sentence in terms of your social life. And I managed to get friends. The group of friends who taught me how to drive. They let me practice in their car. Like that's terrifying. And we're there. We're supportive. We supported each other. We did cosplay. Over time, sometimes cosplay friendship breakups, and I tell this to any youngin that I see. Friendship breakups are the worst because they hurt more than a romantic one sometimes. Because at least with a romantic one, you may have you'll have your friend groups if it wasn't completely demolished at the end of it, and you could go to them and get that comfort. But if your friendship group breaks up, oh my God, is it nuclear? Like, those are some of the nastiest fallouts. And as I hinted at earlier, we have a lot of shit on each other. A lot of shenanigans and blackmail, probably, of all the horror stories we've lived through. But I also treasure those, right? I may not be friends with these people anymore, but those are secrets I'll go to the grave with. And that's okay. And I can support them from afar. We've gone different paths, and the ones that I feel that aren't toxic in my life, and what might be toxic for me may not be toxic for other people unless they're like a natural predator, and that's where we all come out with our pitchforks. But that being said, they may be toxic for me, but they may not be toxic for other people, and that's fine. They can do that. I can go cheer them on from afar at a safe distance, not in my space. But I want to tell my younger self who kept those people around a little too much longer, it's okay to let those breakups happen. People are in your life for a reason, season, or a lifetime. And that mantra has gotten me through a lot of like possible nasty breakups that weren't nasty because I clung on to them like, you know what? Yes. Cool. Good. So that's what I would tell my younger self. So I could prune out the ones that were toxic for me for various reasons. So got a little deep there, but all right. Are you ready for the next one?
Yes.
Speaking of toxic and calling out and pitchforking. I'm going to combine these two together. Safety tips and working with photographers and those
Good.
safety tips.
Good plan. Let's
Let's combine them together because they're kind of one and the same a little bit.
I'm diving in. I'm going in real
Go
quick.
in.
As a convention runner, boy howdy. First and foremost, con safety tip: if you're ever concerned about your well-being, go with friends. If you want to go to an event by yourself, but you're still worried about safety, know who's going. Know who in your friend groups are going. If you are truly going solo, do your homework and figure out where con safety is, con op staff, venue security, info booth. God almighty, know where the info booth is. It's so helpful in every capacity. It's very important. I preach that one a lot. I think that's your go-to catch-all. I feel like this one, I'm going to say it, and there will be people who hear it will kind of be like, well, duh. But as a guy who runs conventions, I'll tell you that this fucking never happens. And I want to be sensitive about this, but it does drive me up a wall. If something happens at an event, I understand that sometimes it is not easy to immediately act on a thing. Sometimes it takes some time to get comfortable to tell somebody that a thing happened, whether it was to you or to somebody else. But if your concern at the end of the day is the safety and well-being of other people because something happened, you must report it right away. Please do not sit on things if you're concerned about them and you want something done about them. If you want to sit on a thing for your own sake, I get it. Very understandable. Some people process things differently, and there's no shame to that. But if ever the concern is that you want something handled and taken care of, especially for events, you got to tell somebody right away, because it's very hard to solve a problem 5 months after it happened. Mm-hmm. It is the number one con safety tip that I could ever give is if something happens, report it right away. You got to tell somebody, because the jurisdiction and power that con runners and con staff have is limited by the event existing. And it's super hard to do something after the fact, after it's gone, after it's over. Some things can't be solved immediately. I get that. But got to tell somebody. Got to let someone know. Is there an email? Is there a hotline? Is there a place to report it? Go. Do it. Know where those places are. Know where people are that you can go to get help. Social media. I think that people use social media very well to report those. I can tell you that I get 1 million DMs every year in the fall of people reporting something in advance or warning to let us know that this thing is happening. Those things are great. Do that. You take advantage of whatever platforms you have to share information, to share knowledge. I will also say inversely, it is actually far safer for people to vet information about problems before just propagating. I don't want to say that like misinformation is everywhere and you can't trust nothing, but a level of due diligence I think is also important for the sake of safety at events. Because just because you heard something does not mean that that's the whole truth, or just because you heard something does not automatically mean something can be done. And I think that gets conflated a lot. And sometimes that then becomes the detriment, where it is no longer easy for somebody to act in a way that promotes safety because you've now, I don't want to say jeopardized it, but if it gets out of the hand and it gets away from you, it can become something that can no longer be solved. It can no longer be taken care of. And now you're making things more dangerous for others. And you want to create a safe environment. And sometimes that means having a little reservation before you act. Mm-hmm. So as a professional, I have to put those things out there. Another great thing for safety is also just like, it is knowing your limits or being willing to set limits if you're not sure what they could be. I know what my gas tank is like through years of experience. But I've also been in situations where I look at something and I think about it. And if you're ever at a con and you kind of have to go, could I handle it? I would err on the side of caution if your concern at the end of the day is you don't want anything bad happening to you, or you want to just not risk something. Sometimes we learn our limits the hard way. It's the life, it's the nature of the beast. But it will serve you well in life to be like, think about that twice. Maybe not second guess yourself, but think about it twice. I think that goes a long way, and being prepared, going out of your way to just make sure that you got a little extra emergency kits, extra meds, extra band-aids, just a little looking out for yourself package. Always good to keep on deck. Doesn't hurt.
I think you touched on pretty much a lot of things that I was going to say, but also I wanted to add on, especially for my female cosplayers, don't go anywhere by yourself. I cannot stress this enough. I've heard too many stories of things happening to female cosplayers and even female attendees whenever they're by themselves. Yeah, don't go by yourself. Even for me, I have a couple rules that I follow for myself. I don't ever do a photo shoot by myself. I either bring like a family member or my husband or a really close friend. I also do not drink at cons. Too many times have people's things gotten spiked, or people getting too drunk and not knowing their limits again. And then also, if I'm going to be in a crazy cosplay and I know I cannot keep myself or my things safe, I always ask a really close friend or family member to be my handler. So yeah, those are like the three things that I always try to follow to the best of my abilities. And luckily, throughout my many years of cosplaying, I've never had an experience where I felt like I was unsafe. And I know that is also a very privileged part. That's where I come from, with privilege, just having close friends and families that do go to cons and stuff like that. I know not everyone has that. Uh, but if you can, just follow those three rules for sure.
I would also love to tack one extra thing to that too, is let somebody know where you're at.
Yeah.
If you gotta go somewhere by yourself, and even if you're not, even with your friends, let people know where you are. Let your friends know. Have like a meeting place. I always recommend info booth or whatever at a con. I think it's a great place to meet. It's normally in a centralized location, but let people know where you are. Have a place to meet up if you get lost, phones die, etc.
And if you're in a situation where, like, let's say, you're by yourself, you don't have friends to contact anyone, it's okay, like, to ask for help. Like, especially icons, I remember years ago when I was still young and I started going. I was at a family pretty late by myself. I think at this time everyone's already gone home, and at the time family was still like 24/7. So everyone was out and about. Room party happens, and I was walking around, and I was really shy at the time, so I couldn't really say no, or I couldn't tell them, hey, can you back off? So I think someone was drunk and they were just like, hey, like, oh, where are you going? I'm like, oh, let's just go into the karaoke room. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll join you. And okay, this is awkward, but I didn't know what to say, and I didn't have any friends with me, so I just kept letting them go with me. And then to a point where, like, I saw a group of like other like cosplayer conqueror, and I'm like, oh hey, how you doing? Like, sorry, these are my friends. And I would walk up to them and I'm like, hey, this guy's making me uncomfortable. Do you mind if I pretend to know you guys? And most of the time they will say yes. So I ask for help, and I think that's one of the tips. Like, like if you're in a situation and that you can't handle yourself, and you see someone go, like, especially like a group of people, they're most like the person that's bothering you will most likely won't try to like intervene with you because there's other people around. So definitely ask for help when you need it. Most of the time they will say yes because they wouldn't want you to be in that situation. So they made sure I was okay, and for the night, I stayed with them for a while until that guy was gone, and I was good after that. Yeah, there's situations like that you can also do if you have no way in contact like of anyone else around.
Thank you, Situation. I think that is again, it goes back to the cosplayers recognize danger really quickly with each other. Yeah, there's maybe like there are bad actors in general, but the moment, I swear, the moment like a light switch turns on and you go up to a girl, like especially if she has really good RBF, and you go stranger danger, and they're like, okay, scary dog privilege activate, because there is that, at least being a woman, right? Like there is that fear, and we don't know, and not saying it's going to always be this way, but we don't run the risk. Do not run the risk. I remember taking my niece to WonderCon, and some guy was creeping on her, and I was like, scary dog privilege activate. This is massive RBF. I will deck you. I would do that for anybody, but I'm also the one that nearly picked a fight on the subway because Aussies were terrorizing, or a group of, I think they were Australian, but they were terrorizing a street player, and I got the whole cart to turn on the guy before I started a fist fight on the subway. But that's me being a little ghetto from Jersey. But don't be me. That was a bad example. My friends were going to literally like also square up at the same time.
Fuck around and find out. Yeah.
Find out. I'm 5'8". Square up with me and see what happens. So there is a sense that, again, you just drop a code word to a fellow female cosplayer and they know. And that Venti just said something like safety phrases, communicate, time. I remember at Fanime, again, Fanime is great, but man, is that area sketchy as fuck. It's only safe during Fanime. There's a caveat there that friend was getting broken up by his girlfriend who was cheating on him at a room party, and it was drama, and he came back in tears drunk, but my sugar was going low and there was no like, I'm a type 1 diabetic for those who don't know. We had to do the sketchy walk from the Fairmont to the Jack in the Box because my sugar was crashing and we had no food in the hotel room and no way to get anything. And literally some guy dropped his pants butt ass fucking naked on the city street right outside Jack in the Box, and vivid memory. And his friends were so apologetic that it wasn't like, I felt unsafe, but I had a group of guys around me, so I felt safer. Meanwhile, one of them is drunk and crying, but it's okay. I'm just trying to get him there so I can get sugar. But know the area, know the city, because like an anime expo, yeah, it transforms into SDCC Common Central, but there is a line that goes from good to bad within 2-3 steps. And you could be on the other side of the stranger danger realm and not even know it before it's too late. So know your city, know your people. If you can't get a hold of them, con ops, any con operator, like anyone in the con badge, most of us are pretty like attuned to like if there's something going on to step in. Trust your gut. Never, ever, ever, ever for any photography reason go with a stranger to go take photos that you do not know alone. There was a case. I'm gonna sneeze my ads because I think this is really important and I'm on a tangent. There was several cases multiple years in a row with cosplayers being, I think one was actually abducted. I was in an expo one year and like the alerts went out like firecracker. I think that was when we did Zelos and Xena or Sheena.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Right? It was instant and everyone was on their toes.
Wait,
the alerts
didn't
went
it
out.
like go off while we were doing a shoot or like in the
Yes.
garage? Okay, yeah, I remember.
Core memory unlocked.
Yeah.
Right? And we were like, oh fuck, we're in the garage. So we're looking up, we're trying to pay attention. But please never, for any modeling gig, anything, core rule, never go alone. Because that's where bad things happen. That's where people take advantage with cameras and they're photographers. And they can also do the take a picture, tell you to pay. And I find that more common on the East Coast, photographers versus the West Coast. But ask your friends, look at their social stuff, right? But never, ever, 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 ever go alone. And even if you go like with a friend, tell them where you are. We've been very fortunate within the cosplay community because I think we are so focused on protection of our community that we've managed to weed out bad actors, but they still get in. And that is something to be very mindful of, especially if you're breaking into it.
I think it's also like, especially now, I feel like some people are so, they have this idea of like they want to get popular and famous, and they'll do not anything, but they'll look past red flags just to get that opportunity to work with a famous photographer or like things like that. And it's like, you like, safety should 100% be your number one priority. It's not about whether you get the photo that's going to go viral or you get to work with so and so. It should always be safety.
All right. Before we hit ads, for hopefully the last time, because we got 2 questions left, and I'm going to combine them. Any other hot takes on this topic? My panelist.
Yeah, I got one. Very important. Con safety. Sometimes safety is not about, hey, look out for yourself. Sometimes safety is, hey, be spatially aware of what you're doing because you could be putting other people in danger. And that goes from play acting, props, the stuff you're carrying, the things you bring with you. You're responsible for those things. And if you don't want, if you're not willing to be responsible with your behavior or the things you bring, you aren't responsible enough to go to events. And that's a hard mean call out. I love getting in character. That's great. But things that are not cool are play acting to a degree that makes people feel unsafe and uncomfortable. Making or bringing props that can jeopardize safety and well-being of other people. And even yourself, like making costumes and making props that could potentially hurt you because you haven't made them in a certain way, or your costume is physically uncomfortable and debilitating, and then you jeopardize your well-being and then potentially other people around you. Super important.
Especially in public spaces, you have to remember that you're also, as a con guard, you're representing the con. So if you take it out in public, they know you're from that convention. They're gonna see, oh, all the people from here are gonna be like that.
Man, my favorite story of something like that is from an ALA back at the Marriott, where there were some dudes who were cosplaying like airsoft cactibros, and the LAX Marriott is a hotel next to the Los Angeles International Airport, and a non-convention guest of the hotel who was up late one night went on her balcony and looked at the pool deck and saw 5-6 dudes in a bunch of tactical gear holding airsoft guns and was like, terrorists, and called the police. And then later that night, a bunch of cops swarmed in on the Carl's Jr. next door and like literally scared the piss out of all these kids because they were dressed in military gear next to an airport with fake guns.
Yikes.
Facial awareness, guys.
Yeah. Dress for your location.
The zip ties, yes, they are ugly, but they're there for a reason. Please don't be a dick.
Not even the zip tie thing. Like, I deal a lot with like people complaining about like gun props and firearm props, and I had that problem a lot in the past couple of years because of ALA stuff, and it's like people are frustrated, rightfully so, because they want to have their props, and sometimes policies might feel draconian or they feel vague in a level where it's like, oh, I feel like these rules are just meant to say no fun allowed. And this is like, no, in most cases, everything is fine, but these things are vague because they need to be flexible for the sake of judgment calls. But when it comes to guns, cops don't give a shit what color your gun looks like now. The orange tip is garbage. It means nothing. People are going to go, does that look like a Desert Eagle? I don't give a crap. You look suspicious, I'm going to slug you twice. That's a cop's prerogative. So, like, people who are like, I want to bring my airsoft guns to the event. Stop. I get it. I know you love modern warfare. That's cool. Leave your fake, real-looking guns at home. I'm begging.
Don't bring them to a park or public spaces, please. For the love of God.
This is the world we live in. It sucks. It's a bummer. I wish we lived in a place where you could have your fun little toy gun, and it doesn't matter. It's not the world we live in. Stop doing it.
That's a core safety thing. We do got ads coming in 50 seconds. Venti did make a great thing. Flammable. Please don't do fire things. Much nightmares there.
Continue to set my hand on fire. Absolutely.
Your little smoke bombs for cool pictures. Yeah, safety things. But we're gonna tab into our hopefully our last break. We got one main question. I have 4 follow-up Q&A questions that I have if we still have energy,
I'm going
if you guys want to put then we're going to bed. So yes, we are almost done. Thank you everyone. We are going to now run the
I can't wait for dinner.
All right, we are back. Thank you for watching ads. It helps out the stream. Thank you for staying with us for nearly a 4-hour stream. I was plotting like 3 hours, but then we got on tangents and good stuff and good content was happening. And again, I want to thank everybody who tuned in and participated in questions and memories and who are learning about this. And if you're watching later, thank you so much for watching on YouTube's. I'm going to have everyone's socials in the description. So please follow them. All three of these guys are super amazing creators in their own right. And I feel so blessed to have them in my circle that I could call upon to do this experiment that I think has gone really well. So that being said, we're going to go into which is, I think, between Maguma and Stitchwitch, you guys have the most awards I have seen under a person's belt for all the crazy shits you guys have competed for, done, gone across the country, and now I'm so excited to see your skit when you go live in Sweden.
Oh, for that one is the one I placed was an exchange program, so I'm just going there to experience. Yeah, so I didn't yeah.
Okay.
So I didn't compete for the skit one. So I'm going there to see how the fancy Basil, how you pronounce it, Basil, yeah, how their con runs, yeah, basically. So I'm excited. Which is I leave during anime.
Yeah, I'll see you for 2 seconds, and then I'll wave you a quick goodbye.
Well, I'll be there. I'll still be with family for a couple of days, and then I'll be gone on a 16-hour flight. Yep.
Be safe, stay strong. But yes, so between judging and competing, I've only won my one little baby award, but I love it. You guys have a ton of wealth of knowledge. So for anyone who wants to get on the competing side, other than making the stupid little perfect corners with bias tape, stupid. It is. Oh no, he's gonna kill it, man! He's gonna come.
He's angry, eating his chip.
You called it stupid. Of course, he's gonna.
Okay. I'm gonna come down there. I'm gonna fuck you up.
That corner made him who he is today in his craft.
It's true. It's true. It's
everything is like, even those danger dogs is like a pyramid. Everything's a pyramid.
I know Maguma's favorite shape is a pyramid. Confirmed.
Confirmed.
Fun fact: I was introduced to all the contestants during the Crunchyroll Hime Cosplay Cup. Like when I judged that, as I was like, "Oh yeah, this is Maguma. He's the crispest mitered corners in the entire country." That's how they introduced me to all the competitors during like the rundown day.
That is the biggest flex I've ever heard in my life, and I'm so proud of you.
Trying to like compress it to the easiest way as possible for now, but like, so I guess for my tip is because every con and every contest has its own rules, so it's different and it's run differently. So you should always read the rules. I know it's long, people just probably gloss through it, but you should always read the rules because sometimes it can come back and then you're not gonna like it. You're like, oh, I can't do this, and then it's in the rules. So always read the rules, and if you're unsure about something, you can always ask the coordinator and they will tell you. So yeah, definitely read the rules, especially if it's your first competition. It's okay to be ambitious, but don't be too ambitious about like a project. Pick a project you can do, especially if it's your first time. Like I know it can get overwhelming, like, oh, like I want to be like part of like all these other like cosplayers, but most of the time I can say, like, as a judge, like, we're looking for clean, well executed as well, not just because if you're like flashy or like you're big. So definitely you always want to look into something that you can do, something one step at a time. And yeah, so that's the first thing I would say if you're first going into cosplay. Definitely look into it. I'll let Maguma insert something and we have more.
I got a lot of I got a lot. So opinions, as always. I think for competition, there's a lot of things to think about because competitions can be broken down in most cases as either you can enter in for performance, you can enter in for craftsmanship. I started doing a Masquerade 101 panel just to kind of like touch on this because I've been competing since 2010. I've slowed down for the most part because I just don't really have the time anymore. I wish I could get in there, but one day I'll find a spot.
Your monologue skits that one every single time, I swear.
I have a small number of skits in my back pocket that I have written for rainy days, and boy howdy, I'm ready to steal some awards with them. But I digress. I think that like things that are really important in competition. If you are looking to get into craftsmanship, document all your stuff, document it well. You are better off having an overabundance of documentation than none. It just shows your preparedness, shows your attention to detail, makes it very easy for judges to just look through your stuff. Try to pare it down. You will learn that over time, but better to know more. Something that I think is so important to the judging process is learning to brag about the things you're proud of.
Oh my god, yes.
And learning to not admonish yourself for your shortcomings unless you follow that with a compliment sandwich to yourself. So if you work on a great costume, but you're like, the inseam on these pants is kind of not great.
I had so many of that. They're like, oh, this is not that great. Like, oh, I messed up here. Like,
don't do it.
We
Stop
don't
doing
that.
yourself.
No, we want to hear
Don't
your
tell me.
highlights.
Exactly. We're going to know. We'll see it. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Or what if I didn't know? What if I didn't see it and now you've told me and I have to go, okay, I will not name names, but I will tell you a real story where the stakes fucking mattered. That masquerade I judged at Anime Expo, there was a team that entered in the Master Division that I judged backstage because of time constraints with the rest of the judges. And we're looking over the costumes. They're really nice. And the contestants told us these were costumes that we were going to enter into WCS, but things happened. We were not able to do the whatever. So we ended up not entering them, and we decided to save it for another day. They told us that very early in the judging. And I was like, oh, okay. These are WCS quality costumes. Got it. I am now looking at this.
Maguma, really quick. WCS is World Cosplay Summit, for those who don't know or tuning in. It is the biggest international cosplay competition in which the winners are selected from their regions and their countries. Anime Expo is the qualifiers for America. Actually, shout out to my home state because apparently Idaho is sending the best two this year, so they're competing for WCS. I watched the skit; they were good. I was really impressed. But it is the biggest cosplay competition. ICL is next, I think. And then I think there's a couple other international ones, but between ICL, E2, E3, E2, I think it's E2, right? And E2C2, I think.
C2E2.
C2E2, there we go. Wrong acronym. And then World Cosplay Summit. These are the three biggest ones. The qualifiers for the states happen various places, but Anime Expo is the spot for WCS. And you get a trip to Japan. It is a whole whoopla thing. Really, really awesome if you get selected. But man, is it stressful. So sorry, continue, Maguma.
That's all good. So these folks were like, yeah, we made these as WCS costumes. Chose not to enter them for reasons. It's like, okay, my perspective of how to look at these costumes has now changed. I now know with context that these were costumes that were not made for AX. They were made earlier and then put aside. In the review of the costumes, I spotted frays, loose threads, a couple other small things that would normally get you dings. I saw like damage and wear on costumes, and it's just like, okay. And some that were pointed out to me. And it's like, all right then. And I made notes about that, and that cost them points. And if they hadn't said nothing, those could have been much less, or I may not have looked as hard as I had if they hadn't said any of that.
because they gave you that expectation already.
But yeah, like, and there's nothing that's gonna. I'm not gonna magically stop. Obviously, there is professionalism to be like, hey, I will take in new information and knowledge, but I can still professionally look at a costume a certain way. However, we're talking master division, so the top division, the people who are fighting for best in show, highest caliber. They have self-imposed that they are world international competition ready, and then there are small errors and like lack of maintenance and upkeep in their costumes. So it's not even a case of like, oh yeah, I noticed that this thing was bad. It was, oh, it's not, there's a loose thing here. It's, oh, I made this costume and just didn't bother maintaining it. And it's like, maybe it's not that harsh, but those things can blow up in your face. So to bring it back, do not put yourself down. Do not admonish yourself. Do not bring up your failures when you're being judged in craftsmanship. The only time you ever talk about something you did not succeed in is if you learned and then in turn succeeded somewhere else because of it. If it's like, I was having a hard time styling wigs, but then I looked up this tutorial and it taught me how to do this, so I did this instead, and now I have a much better product. That's what you do.
Yep.
Talk like that. Always bring it back to a positive. Never bring up and leave something on a negative.
I had some. Oh, sorry. Go on.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, please.
No, I have to say, like, I had someone that I judged a year ago who entered. They came in like, well, they weren't excited at all. I think when they came in, they already like thought, well, what's the point of being here? You know, like there's already all these amazing cosplayer. You know, like the whole time we were judging, they were just not excited to talk. And they're like, yeah, I made this. You know, I embroidered this. It's not that great. They kept saying like, no, don't say that. It's amazing. And the whole time they kept like, you know, like just bringing themselves down. And I think this was their first contest ever. They were in beginner or novice, but then in the end, their work was actually amazing with that they were surprised. Not only they placed, but we bumped them up to intermediate.
Sure.
And then they're just like, did you really like my work? Like, yes, like you have to have more like, you know, confident in yourself. Like don't go in like bringing yourself down. Like, oh, I already lost. Like that whole mentality is gonna ruin your whole entire mood. And then during the contest, it's gonna show too. Like on stage, like I can see on stage, like they weren't in there. They weren't as like they should be. Like, but then after they placed, they were just so surprised of themselves. So
Sure.
yeah, that's one thing is that don't bring in that like negative expectation already. We can tell. We literally
We'll
judge it.
smell it. It's very easy to notice.
Mhm.
And I think you said something really important. So bumping, right? So there's a term in the cosplay community that means sandbagging, right? You know your skill level is higher than it should be, but you never won any awards. I see Stitchwitch here laughing because I know exactly what she's thinking. And so an example is I'm expecting whoever's going to be judging to know either at least my circles or know that I've been cosplaying for 15 plus years. I'm just going to be like, okay, I don't know which division I'm going to be into. I'm probably intermediate to master. I'm going for that level. I don't know if I'm going to put myself there. So if I get bumped, I get bumped. But we're really like begging on the skit. Like the skit is like chef's kiss. But there's that possibility and chance. And that can only happen so much. Once you get bumped to master, you're kind of screwed. My partner, he's already won master stuff at Fanime before. So I'm like, okay, we're going to get bumped no matter what. I got to be good. I got to show up.
Gotta say the highest ranking person.
Keep that in mind in too, that if you are competing and you know you've been sewing for 15 plus years, you're not going to come in and sneak the novice prize or sneak the intermediate prize. The judges know, especially if it's a well-run established convention. They know and they can smell it, especially with how you talk about your stupid little corners. Waiting for the crazy eyes now.
And even if you don't know, people know. Like the community knows. Like there's no, you can't hide it because some of the things like I didn't know about the contestant, but the community told me. Like people reached out and told me, so you can't really hide it. So even if you can get the con doesn't know, people know. So
Absolutely.
yeah, you can't really sneak around it.
I did want to continue on another thing too. So like not just craftsmanship stuff, but also like performance. I'm gonna try to keep this very like introductory. I don't want to get too lost in the sauce on these because I think they're equally just as ramblable. But when it comes to performance, I am always a huge champion of a few things. One, fuck you and inside jokes. Knock it off. Don't do that. Stop it. Inside jokes are a bad idea. Don't do those on stage. On the real though, inside jokes, internet jokes, memes, they are a huge gamble. Back in the day, memes were kind of the thing because everybody was in on the joke. But again, we are in an exponential growth society, and that includes inside jokes within fandoms, internet culture, otherwise. You cannot rely on your audience or judges to know the jokes you're making. And if your performance is all about a joke, you're running that risk. You're either going to get a slam dunk or you're going to airball real bad. So I always advise to not do an inside joke unless it's so low level. In general, don't do it. I think it's a bad idea. Do not do performances where you're like, haha, punchline.
And no one gets it.
Terrible. Just do your joke and keep going. Please let it lie. I also think this is a tip that I would recommend to anybody ever. Whether you're doing a walk-on or a skit or performance, anything. Most contests, they will let you do like what is an introductory script where the MC will read a little thing to lead into that performance. I use those to exposition my performances so I don't have to exposition in them. I would much rather have the MC tell you the meme, the joke, or the bit, so that way when you walk into my performance, I just have to do it and you understand, and I don't have to spell it out for you and waste precious time. Very helpful. Just go on out, set it up, and then I can just dive into the performance. I don't have to tell you anything extra. Problem
it's
is
3 seconds that you need for your other stuff.
Yeah, just don't waste it. Stage presence is also a huge bit. I'm going to do a little physical work here. There is something to be said about understanding the way you stand on a stage and present yourself to an audience. So right now I'm facing my camera directly. I've been sitting at like a 3/4 most of the night. But if you are on stage presenting yourself, it is very beneficial to make sure that your body faces the audience. Even when you turn to talk to people, the most important rule is that rule of 3/4. Turning just 25 degrees like this still allows you to see the majority of my body, but now I can have a conversation to this person over here to my right, or I can have a conversation to this person here to my left, but my body is still presented to the audience. What you never want to do, which I have done once and I will never do it again, is do a performance like this. This is a bad idea. Don't do this. Do not turn your back to the audience and talk to the person at the back of the stage. It's a bad idea. Doesn't work well. I don't know how well I was picked up on the mic, but I'm sure it was bad, and I hope it was, because it proves my point. Stage presence is super important, and like your body language, your facial expressions, your lip syncing, we can't see that if you turn away. Even if you turn like this far, this isn't very helpful. Unless you're doing something where this is very purposeful, even being 90 degrees is rough. Try to keep it 45. It's very important. That 3/4 profile makes a world of difference. And also getting comfortable with the amount of space you have on a stage, practicing in advance. Even if you don't know how big a stage is, assume, make estimates, ask questions, see if you can find out. But get comfortable knowing what your space might be like and practice way before you get to any event how you're going to be in that space, because once you're there, you run out of times to practice. You want to be on your money, know what it is. Lip syncing, in my opinion, personally, I think is stupid important. I've seen a number of performances where I saw audio going off and someone was like, and I'm just like, what am I looking at? Like, I memorize my scripts so hard, and I over emote with my face so I'm readable. I think it makes it much more believable performance. So if you can find the time, practice those skills, and just be comfortable. Be comfortable being on stage. Be comfortable showing yourself to the audience. Do a lot of things with intention. Practice a bunch. And the most important tip, do not do anything on that stage that any event runner does not know about. You are welcome to surprise the audience all you want. That's the point. But if you surprise anyone in the back running the show, you are in trouble. Do not
You
do
mean
that.
the glitter cannons or the silly string that one
And
year?
glitter, projectiles, messes, stunts, props, all of it. Very important. I have a myriad of my own horror stories of being like, I'm going to do a dumb thing. And then I did a dumb thing. And I got hurt. And it wasn't great. And I somehow still won stuff for it. But it wasn't worth it. Wasn't worth the pain. I'll tell you that much. So, yeah. Practice your stuff. Be conscious of the material you're putting out there. Don't use internet memes and inside jokes that people may not understand for your performances. Learn your body language, face the audience, have fun. Very important. Yeah.
All right, Stitchwitch. I see your feelings. I see much things going behind this.
No, I was agreeing with you.
I would like to tell two stories that I will try my best to keep short because I think they're funny. These are great examples of what not to do in cosplay competitions, especially on the performance side. That is really my wheelhouse, is performance-based awards. So if you're looking to do skits and you're looking to do performances, these are the stories for you to not do. So years ago, I was at a college-based convention here in the Valley at CSUN, and one of the event runners was like, "Yo, we need more people to enter the contest, and we just need people." I was like, "Oh, okay." Me and my friend were like, "We'll do it." I was cosplaying Kamina from Gurren Lagann, and I was like, "What do I do for this? I don't know what to do. I was not planning to enter." And like, I was like, "You know what? It's Kamina. I'll monologue. I'll do some big manly speech. Yeah, I see you, Venti. I see you. You know." And I'm like, I'll just do a thing. So I get on stage. And I turn my back to the audience so everyone can see my big Kamina tattoo. And with no microphone and no pre-recorded audio, I monologued for a solid minute while posing with no one being able to see my face. I won Best in Show for Performance. Don't do that.
Yeah,
Don't
so you're like, you're giving mixed messages here.
It was bananas. It was bad. I was judged and shunned by so many people for doing it, including Diana.
I would say, like, I feel like that's the biggest taboo, and as a WCS winner, like, holy shit.
The other one that was also pretty funny was my buddy Vincent and I, back in like the late, like, he was the person I did my very first like cosplay contest proper with in 2010, and then we basically competed together for a few years as Unlimited Cosplay Works, and there were for a string of years, for like 2 or 3 years, we would get into situations where we're like, you know what? Fuck it, Day of Con. Let's just enter the masquerade and see how far we go. And I have more awards than I care to admit that I have won doing something like that. And I have been judged for all of those types of entries, but it was fun while it lasted. And then after doing all of those types of skits, we were like, you know what? We should prepare. We should plan a skit. Let's do a thing for real. And we were like, okay, we're going to do a Street Fighter skit. We're going to do like stage combat. We're going to do a little fight. We'll plan it, choreo, all the stuff. And they're like cartwheels and handsprings and assisted backflips. We practice our asses off 2 weeks straight. And then we did it at Sakura-con. And we get there, and my buddy had ordered a wig that never showed up. And we're like, great, well, that's a nightmare. And I had a friend of mine who cosplayed a character that my buddy Vincent was going to cosplay for the skit, Remy from Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. And it's like, cool, friend's gonna be here, we can borrow his wig if you can't get one or find one. And we're trying to get a hold of my friend to borrow this wig, and we cannot find him. He is at Sakura-con, but we don't know where he is. He's not answering his phone. So we're like, okay, well, we're running out of time. I'm gonna go buy a wig. We are then practicing backstage as the masquerade is about to start. And we're like, we're gonna rehearse a couple times. And as I had mentioned, this performance has a bunch of like assisted acrobatics, including backflips and cartwheels and things. And the backstage area of the main events hall for Sakura-con is just an exhibit hall with treated concrete and no carpets. And we are practicing our dumb acrobatics. And I'm trying to remember which way he fell, but during the assisted backflip, he did not land it, and he fell. And it was like, oh, cool. Are you alive? He was fine, but wasn't pretty. And it's just like, yes, okay, maybe let's not do that. But we got injured a bunch of times trying to practice that skit right before. We went on stage, executed the skit, landed it perfectly, and we got best in performance in the intermediate division. I'm trying to remember. There's a trophy on my shelf, but we got an award for that skit. And we paid our dues in blood for that one. For months and months of doing skits at the last second, we're like, let's practice for once. And we almost like obliterated our knees for it. But
So you're saying procrastination works. Do that more.
No.
I won't lie. My track record
from those stories.
If I BS the masquerade, I cook. That is what my track record says. If I just walk up being like, I got a funny idea, goated with the sauce. If I think for a minute to plan longer than a week, shambles. Every time. Don't be like me. Don't do that. Plan, be safe, be smart. That's how people win now.
It's true. I'm sitting here going, I got a comedy suit that isn't a meme, or that isn't a inside joke meme, but I think it's gonna cook. And now I'm sitting there panicking, like, no, I'm gonna double down. It doesn't matter. It's gonna be recorded. I need someone there to record me, but it's still gonna be funny, haha, for me. Anyways, different idea. I'm not going in to win anything. I just want to be on stage and make my badge worth it, because I usually never buy a anime badge because I'm cheap. So, Stitchwitch, anything to add before we go, or Fruitcake as well? I know you don't do competitions.
I used to a long time
Okay.
ago, and I actually have judged a couple of competitions, but I honestly, whatever was said has already been said.
These two really knock it out.
Yeah.
I'm all the base. Yeah, that I'll just keep it at the base unless we go into like a full blown like category of content. Then
I mean, I do have that in my working content load. I am probably going to tap you when you're not busy doing amazing overseas things, and Maguma not being absolutely shit crazy busy. But either way, I'm still going to go download his game and play it on stream one night because teehee haha, support the friends. All right. So we have 4 submitted questions. We're gonna do rapid fire so we can go to bed and or eat.
Absolutely.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Baby.
All right. So these are submitted questions through this whole entire time. I grabbed everybody. You have until I finish the first question. If you have another question you want to ask, this is your only warning. All right. First question. When you think about cosplay projects, do you normally go with level of difficulty of the build? Or I'm assuming something else. So when we're thinking of projects, of like Oh god, do you remember our Facebook pages where like our dream cosplays, and we would put it on there? So we go into Fashion District
That's
and go
what
buy
I
our
feel like
fabrics.
the question is like, do you target a costume project based on its like difficulty?
No, because I hate myself.
It's a mixed bag. I don't ever target cosplays based on like how hard or challenging they're gonna be. I cosplay things I give a shit about. And I'm just like, do I love that? Yes, cosplaying it. Is it hard? Guess I'm gonna learn something.
Yep.
Yeah, I think for me, it's interesting because right now I've been in this nostalgia thing. So I've been trying to do cosplays from my that I've never gotten the chance to do. So been doing that, but a lot of my cosplays also work. So it doesn't really matter how hard or something is. Like if my boss says they want me to cosplay something, I'm like, okay. And then yeah, whatever I need to learn, I learn along the way.
You make sexy demon lady with. I'm still impressed with how clean you got your scenes. I look at that when you post pictures. I'm like, this makes me so happy.
Yeah.
Like for mine, it depends. Like I'll sometimes have a specific project I already planned out, like for like competition wise. But then if not, I usually go on a whim what I feel like or like. Especially when it comes to my dream is to make as many Sakura outfits as I can. So I'm just making whatever like I feel like along the way because I just love so much. So I'm trying to. That's what I'm doing right now. So it depends.
I just know you as CCS now. You have no other cosplays.
I do.
No, well, when you posted your newest CCS costume, I literally thought you were doing Kurumi. Like, let's bring it old. I was like, oh wait, those shoulders, those puffs, those amazing seam. Is that Kurumi? I'm like, no, it's not. Oh,
The balloon
I get it
sleeve.
now.
Yeah.
All right. Next rapid fire question. What is your lifeline food or snack that you take to every con? And what was the snack that failed you the hardest?
Oh boy.
Coffee. That's all I need. I don't care. I just drink it all and then I crash.
Ice frappuccino coffees from
Jumbo coffee bar. Yeah, that's literally just coffee. I drink coffee for fun too. Like I just like the taste of it. I don't even drink it for
It's
caffeine.
good. It's delicious. I like me some sugar. So for me, my go-tos: goldfish crackers and Slim Jims and Gatorade. Got my electrolytes. Got my protein. Got some carbs. That's my go-to. Something that's failed me. That's a great question. I feel like the thing that fails me the hardest is anything that's like a meal. I feel like it's a lie because you think in your brain, I want to go buy a bunch of stuff so that I can save money. And then you go into Vaughn's or Ralph's or Kroger's and you're just like, ooh, instant microwave, whatever dish. And then you're just like,
end up eating it.
Exactly. It's a waste of money. Just buy some fucking snacks. Just buy snacks. And then I can put snacks in my suitcase and fly home with them. I cannot fly home with the Stofers.
I think for me, it's like I love fruits. I always try to buy bananas. For some reason, that's like my go-to fruit that I always buy at cons. Because also they're really cheap too.
They're easy to eat too in the morning, especially. Like I eat bananas
Yeah.
with my medication. They're just very easy to eat.
Yeah, and then also I have this thing where I always bring snacks with me to the con. Actually, one of the jobs that I did was cosplaying for Bandai Namco's SAO game, and I was Asuna, and I actually in my breastplate I had snacks in there. So whenever I needed a sugar fix, I just reached down there and pull it out and took one, and then I stuffed it back in.
That's the best feeling.
And then the one thing that doesn't work on me is energy drinks. But it's crazy because all the cosplayers I've worked on were like Celsius, G Fuel, energy drinks. And our handlers will ask us like what we want and they'll list all of that. And then I remember my handler turned to me and she's like, well, what do you want, Vanessa? And I'm like, can I have water? I just want water, and then also chai tea lattes because I just love chai tea lattes for some reason. But yeah, energy drinks has never done it for me. I also don't like the feeling it gives me. So yeah, I just stay away from energy drinks. Yeah.
On a more serious note,
So-
besides,
Sorry, I'm looking at the recording and I'm not looking at the recording or the thingamabber. So I'm a type 1 diabetic. So for those of you interested in cosplay, you can cosplay if you have type 1 diabetes. You just get really crafty at hiding where your pump is or your insulin, whatever you got to do. But coffee, yes. The stupid Starbucks, because there's a Starbucks everywhere. The breakfast sandwiches, the bacon Gouda, that egg and the little bit of bacon on the carb, instant morning meal fix. It doesn't make me bloated. Yes, it has bread, so I have like if I'm in a back in the day more sexy cosplay, had to be careful of that. But it definitely gave me enough energy and carbs to get through. The snack that failed me. Oh man. I would say meals. I would say going out and eating a big dinner or something and then like just crashing afterwards because yeah, I like the little power snacks more than anything than doing the big like cosplay meals like dinners and stuff where you're there for hours and then the check and then everything else and then as much as I love them and experiencing the people, the food though wasn't worth it in terms of like giving me the energy I needed because it was usually fried and heavy and just kind of Okay, we got 2 more questions.
Go.
All right. What is your most reliable tool in cosplay making?
safety pins.
God.
I always bring a box of them everywhere. Even like I just got so used to it, even with that, like if it's not like cons, I still carry always a box of safety pin, bobby pins, a double-sided tape. It's just like a little pouch that has everything like I need, like little emergency stuff like painkiller, little Tylenol, bandages. Like I compact them as best I can, but they're like it's like a to-go pouch that I just can't go without, that I just have to go with all the time, especially for cosplay. So it's like a little emergency kit. Because even if I don't need it, maybe like someone else or my friends would need them. So it's like you're essential. I always recommend like packing like a little pouch of like a little essential stuff that you might need. Yeah.
I have 2 items here that I have brought over to my desk that I will swear by until death. The first is the Beacon brand Advanced Crafting Glue 3-in-1. You can get these at Michael's and Joann's. E6000, never heard of her. This is what I use. I love this. This works on so many different materials. After curing time, this works really well. Very specifically, the thing that I like about this is that it has a level of flexibility. I cosplayed a like alternate costume design of Leon from Pokemon Masters, where he was wearing like a bodysuit that had a bunch of gems on it that I made out of like buckram, and I glued them down using this. And like I made that for Fanime 2022, and they haven't fallen off yet. And again, skin tight bodysuit, lots of stretching going on, lots of mobility stuff. The second one here, blessed be good old Zap-A-Gap. You wanna adhere some stuff to stuff? Zap-A-Gap is your guy. This is a very quick, wonderful bonding adhesive. I use this a lot on projects, especially with foam. It doesn't eat foam. I highly recommend that you do not use this liberally. Be very conservative when you use this. It does not require a lot. This is also one of those types of chemicals that you should wear gloves, and you should definitely be in a ventilated space just because of the fumes. So be smart when using this. If you can be out like garage with the door open or a very well ventilated space, or use a ventilator mask and gloves, highly recommend this thing. It's great. It can also come with a 2-part kicker that accelerates the curing process on this into literal 2 seconds, and it's an immediate bond, and it's crystallized and very strong. Fucking swear to God by this thing. Zap-A-Gap.
I think my tool's gonna be a little bit different because for me, one of the things that really make me tired at the end of the day is sore feet. And I always make it a point to have like those cushions, those like inserts that I put in all of my cosplay shoes, because for the most part, I'm always going to be standing pretty much almost the whole day. And yeah, having sore feet is like the worst feeling ever. You have to like walking back to the con after the or walking back to the hotel after the con, you're just dying. You just don't want to do anything. It's such an energy sucker to be honest. So yeah, I always carry like little cushion stuff. But other than that, all the other stuff you guys listed was pretty much what I usually put in my, I guess, like emergency kit.
Mine is actually the one I sent you for when you were doing AX last year, and I knew it was going to be pretty hot. Those cooling ache cats. Um, I don't know what they're called in Japanese, but I get them at the Japanese convenience store. And God, having them in Japan, yeah, the cool patches, those blue ones that you stick on for your sore muscles, and you put on the arch of your feet after a long day. I gotta get more. I can't seem to find them in my barren wasteland of nowhere of potatoes.
Oh no.
Yeah, I think Amazon has them, but like I want a specific brand though, because I was in love with this one in Japan. Dear God, that saved me so many times during cons. And also Pedialyte. Make sure you have your hydration. I know that's not cosplay making, but as you're making things and as things are ventilated, stay hydrated. Like it's a weird little tool, but it is reliable because you're not gonna be able to build things on a cranky brain. As all the fancy tools like the crickets, the silhouettes, the sewing machines. I know I have my fancy toys now because I've upgraded. Um, it's not always the big and shinier tools. It's the little workhorses that make the experience more fun while making. So that's my tidbit on that. We got one more question. We're almost there. What is a costume or prop that you still kept because of memories? The person who submitted this question, mine was Ganyun chest armor and pole arm because it was made together by my drama stage pledge team and me.
That's pretty cool. I'll let y'all answer these first. I'm gonna go get mine.
Okay.
I don't remember. Like I've made so many costumes throughout the years, and I'm trying to say, what do I even have anymore? Like, do
what's your most memorable? I have my hawk sphere from Yona. Like I have that in the garage right now, and I just like my feelings. I probably will never cosplay Hawk again, but that was a bunch of memories.
I'll let you go, Fruit, if you remember, if you can remember anything. I'm like blanking out on what
I think I still have it. I have it somewhere, not here, but when I did Code Vein, I have the mask that actually a really good friend of mine 3D printed for me. And I had that because the memories of that job, it was literally the job that got me so many other jobs. And the person that got me the job was like, I did not have a following or anything like that. And he just believed in what I could do. And that's definitely something that I still keep. I also have another prop that and I know Acai will know this one. But let me grab it.
I started giggling because I knew immediately.
This is Corinne. And this prop, it wasn't made by me, but it was given to me by some of my friends. And I cosplayed Shina Fujibayashi from Tales of Symphonia. And so they decided to get a plushie maker to make me Corinne, which is her little pet animal. And it was actually like a wedding / birthday gift. So yeah, it was really, really sweet of them. So this one is definitely, he's always on the mountain close by. So yeah, those are definitely two things that I still have that I really cherish.
And that AX
I remember for me, it's probably one of my like props or like my Sakura ones. They were bought like long time ago, and they weren't that great. But it's like when I was like, hey, this is one of the first few props I bought that started me to making all these Sakuras for like journey along. So they've been upgraded over time already, but it's just a small dinky prop made out of like Ava foam. But I still use that a lot like back then. So like it was like a memory kind of holding where like how it started the whole journey?
So, I had a couple. One is too big to bring in here. So I cosplayed Matsu from .hack GU. And if you're not familiar with that game and .hack in general, it's an MMO RPG. It's just a game about an MMO in the real world, whatever. But Matsu is a special class which is called multi-weapon, where he can technically wield weapons from different classes. And his default weapon is usually like a gun lance, but his secondary class that he normally doesn't use is a heavy blade or like giant greatsword. So I made his greatsword for ALA, I want to say like 2019. And like I still have that. It's massive. It's such a big slab of prop. But the other one that I have is a gun prop. I'm saying it out loud before I fully brandish it on a stream. But so when I cosplayed this character named Rango for Vainglory as a job at TwitchCon, I made this. It was one of like my first like big complex foam props. You can see all the different seams there, but this thing is very ridiculous in its size and weight, but is still very lightweight. It's really comfortable, and I'm just kind of impressed that like I made a gun. It looks really nice, and like I made it at a time where I wasn't like wildly confident in prop making, and like I'll make swords and stuff or some other like very angular type things, but this was such a complex designed piece of prop that I was just like, this is really impressive. And it's practically all foam with like one dowel and one piece of PVC. So
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I've never seen that prop for you.
And I'll never bring it to a con again because this is America.
Yes, please. Safety. Safety first, everyone. Always safety. I cannot stress enough about safety. We have hit the 5-hour mark. I just snoozed the ads for the last time. That is it. I want to thank everyone who has stayed this long for 5 hours to listen to us gab and retell stories of the decades. I cannot thank and appreciate all of you, the viewers, Fruitcake fams, my tea house. If you're here to see Maguma, or I keep calling it Onion. Her old name still has stuck in my brain. Stitchwitch. But yes, I'm hoping every other month. Hi, Sachan! Speaking of photographer, I'm hoping to do a series every other month. This is going to kick off my anniversary week this week. And yeah, so thank you. This is going to be posted later on YouTube. So if you're watching on YouTube, thank you for sticking this long. Jesus Christ. I hope you're okay. That being said, have a great night. Fruitcake, do you have a victim that we're going to send these wild, well-informed future con-goer people to?
Let's see. Who do we want to send you guys to? Let me see if I can find someone. Okay, since we're on the topic of cosplayers, I don't know if you know Taco. Taco is streaming, so I think we're gonna send you guys over to Taco Ron Ron.
Yes. Let's send over Taco. Is she doing Manhunt or cosplay?
She is doing Monhun. She's actually doing a collab stream. Fellow Monhun girly. So we're gonna
I think all of us know
send you guys over.
I think so. Pretty intimate in our circles.
Mm-hmm.
So
she's awesome. Always been sweet.
All right.
Yeah.
She loves bananas. All right. I'm hitting the raid. I'm hitting the raid button.
Okay, Sam.
It's there. Thank you guys. Thank you. I will be posting what the next topic is for none for May. We're gonna go for June. And we will see y'all for the next let's take about it. The next cosplay episode. Thank you for tuning in again. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night. Night night.
Thank you. Night night. Good night, everyone.
Tired corners.